ready to the kickoff for the Murrow Symposium. Thank you. Now, before we begin, please silence your cell phones. Having said that, if you are interested in posting social media, any events, please remember that we do have a hashtag. That's hashtag Symposium49. And now, it is my pleasure to introduce the Dean, Bruce Pinkleton.
All right, good morning, everybody. What did you think about that safety video, huh? Pretty impressive work. Pretty impressive work here. All right, awesome. My name is Bruce Pinkleton. I'm Dean of the Murrow College. Thank you for joining us today. The room is full. It looks awesome. It's really, really exciting to be here. We're expecting 400 plus people for our Lifetime Achievement Ceremony this afternoon. Really, really great day for us. So appreciate your attendance. This is a big day for us. We have inspiring speakers. I'm getting back to my notes now if you're wondering, all right? Engaging workshops and terrific panels. So please attend and engage as much as you can. I'd like to offer a special welcome to our professional advisory board members who are spread throughout the room. MPAB members, wave your hands for me real quick. Awesome, thank you. And for our esteemed alumni and beloved guests, and of course for Murrow College faculty and staff, who truly are the beating heart of Murrow College. The theme of this year's event is Connect Discovery Through Curiosity. So please take some time to actually connect with someone. If you see someone you don't know, introduce yourself, say hi. Don't just sit there and secretly check your email and socials. There's plenty of time to do that later, and we know who you are, all right? So be present, connect, engage, ask questions. We have really terrific people here with a lot of experience. They can offer great advice. Listen to them. That's a lost start for sure. Listen to each other and learn. So now it's my pleasure to introduce our opening keynote address, Sarah Kneller. Now, if you look at Sarah's last name, you notice it's spelled with a K, N-E-L-L-E-R. And you would think, like I thought, that it was Neller, but it's actually Kneller. Is that right, Sarah? All right, there you go. So I did what any good communication student should do, and I checked the pronunciation and the spelling, so I will not get an F in COM 300. There we go. I know my stuff, all right? Sarah is a distinguished Murrow College graduate and a pioneer in esports. How cool is that? She spent more than 2 decades transforming how we experience storytelling in the digital age through immersive gaming experiences that engage audiences and set new standards in live esports coverage. But Sarah's work is more than about technology. It's about connection. It's about breaking down barriers, showing us new ways to communicate, to share, and to connect and understand each other. Today, she continues to inspire the next generation of leaders, demonstrating that the most powerful technologies are those technologies that bring us closer together. Please join me in welcoming Sarah Kneller. Sarah, come on up.
Thank you, and good morning to the Murrow College, my esteemed peers, industry leaders, and the brilliant students who are shaping the future of media. It is an absolute honor to be here, standing where Edward R. Murrow's legacy of truth, integrity, and curiosity continues to inspire us all. Today, I want to take you on a journey. These are the living, breathing moments that have shaped my path from this very campus to the frontiers of technology and storytelling. This isn't just my story, however. It's really just a roadmap for anybody who feels that magnetic pull of what if, and then dares to follow it. Life, in my experience so far, has been full of wonder and curiosity. For as long as I can remember, I think it started when I was a really young kid, playing in the undeveloped lot next to my house. It might as well have been a jungle of endless possibilities for me. There were fallen trees, really big holes, piles of dirt. It was absolutely incredible. I built forts, I played hide and seek, but for hours on end, I was really fascinated by looking at everything through my magnifying glass. I would carry it around and I would look at something with my eyes. Then I would look at it through the magnifying glass. And then I would do it all upside down, because that's what I imagined was a bug's perspective. I was really curious. I was curious about writing, although not particularly good at it. I produced a full-length film using my parents' camcorder with a full-size VHS tape. It was absolutely huge, and I was even smaller then than I am now. And my friend's mom kindly agreed to drive us all over the island that I grew up on so that I could get the perfect shots in just the right place to reenact Huckleberry Finn. And then in 8th grade, I produced the Bahama Mama News. I did it with my friends in the backyard using a tiki bar that I hand-built with my sister for an entire summer. My sister used it to play tiki bar. I used it as a news desk. So for as long as I can remember, I've been really curious about making media, but it wasn't until much later that I realized how unconventional my production methods actually were. And once I figured that out, it unlocked a whole new level of creativity for me because I wasn't trying to fit in anymore. I was just trying to connect with people in the best way that I knew how. So, while not universally agreed upon, because what in the world ever is, I like to relate my own journey to the framework of the 4 stages of curiosity. In these stages, there's the initial trigger, the moment that you encounter something that sparks your curiosity. This is usually triggered by a question, an observation, something that we don't quite understand. Next comes exploration, right? We seek the information to fill the gap. Once our initial curiosity is piqued, we can actively seek the information to answer our questions and solve our problems. This leads us to comprehension, the ability to process and analyze the information, and make connections between the knowledge that we already know and applying that to new things, which unlocks a much deeper understanding of the subject. Finally, taking that newfound knowledge, understanding it, and getting to experiment in new ways. So today, I'm going to share how the 4 stages of curiosity can drive innovation, exploration, and help each of us find our purpose. Each stage mirrors my journey, and I hope it will resonate a little bit with yours. First, I want to start. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to go visit the Esports club here at WSU. And I want you guys to know, how many of you know that you have an esports club here at WSU? Awesome. How many of you have been to the esports lounge in the Chinook? Not as many of you. Okay, so Tomer, DJ, Mason, Colin, raise your hands, guys, stand up. Anybody who is interested in getting involved with the esports club here at WSU, anybody who is interested in learning about production of esports, what they are doing is end-to-end business development. They are organizing leagues, they are working on policy, they are working on funding, they are working on production, they're working on casting, they are doing everything. So, thank you guys. If anyone, students, go talk to these guys, get involved. Faculty, staff, administration, what they are doing is a recruiting tool, a powerful recruiting tool for the university here. So, I know that probably the first question is, how does that work? And how do we get involved with esports? And how does this actually fit into our ecosystem here at WSU? Well, curiosity often starts with a simple question. How does this work? Understanding mechanics of a system lays the foundation for innovation. As a student here, I was absolutely obsessed with how stories were crafted, how a narrative could change and shift a sentiment, and how a sound score could change the exact same B-roll from inquisitive intrigue to a horror scene instantly. It was here that I built the ideas about who I wanted to be as a storyteller and how I understood the industry to work. That same curiosity carried me across the state to Fox Sports Northwest. You might know it as Root Sports today, where I learned my first profound lesson. Broadcasting isn't just about showcasing team sports. Broadcasting is a team sport. In the summer of 2007, while other interns were confined to the studio walls, I found myself at the Mariners Stadium, drinking in every moment, every detail, and every possibility. When the team was on the road, I was in the studio logging tapes. Yes, many of you will get out of that. Good for you. I spent hours logging tapes. But while I was logging, I was listening. I was listening to everyone around me, and I was drinking in as much as I possibly could. I was curious. I was curious about how to fit in with the crew, curious about how to make a spot on what everyone referred to as the home show. I was curious about how I could prove my value, curious about how many stats I needed to memorize, how many software and graphics applications I could learn. I adopted early a just say yes policy. And every single thing asked of me, yes. Run a cable? Got it. Hold this parab? Great. Go get us coffee? Do you want cream and sugar? Go to the booth, run this here, take him to the airport. Whatever it was, every single job, no matter how trivial it seemed on the crew, I treated it as the most important job on the crew. I had a producer tell me very early on, you're only as good as your last show. And that rang through my head every single day I would walk into that compound. I'm only as good as my last show. Make it a great one. I'd say to myself as I walked past the security shack, past the dumpsters that smell like Ivar's fish and chips. I'd smile big, and I'd go be one of the boys. Within a year, I'd learned that system. I understood that network was more important often than skill. That crews weren't compiled of just the best technicians, but of the best synergies. That sports broadcasting, indeed, was not just showcasing team sports. Broadcasting is a team sport. Over the course of the following 9 years, I embedded deeply into the Seattle sports broadcasting market, working and eventually crewing, production, and tech managing on shows for all of our major Washington sports teams and on several national packages. I thought I'd learned the system pretty well, and I was making very fast work of growing my career. But systems, I learned, they're not always fair. They're not always kind. And when pregnancy threatened to derail my career, I learned the hardest lesson of all. Sometimes, understanding a system means recognizing its flaws. See, there was just one thing that was a little bit different about me than my all-male peer group. When my family grew, I was actually the one that got pregnant. Now, with my heart in my throat, beating about as fast as I imagine a rabbit little bunny's does, I wrote an email to my EP at the time of 5 years. I was worried about the future of my career. I outlined that I would only need to take 2 weeks off. I could make it work. I had a nanny lined up. But I knew that system wasn't built for me. We didn't have anything to protect parental leave, but I thought surely, positively, I've demonstrated my value. I've built the relationships I've looked up to, and I've learned from these people my entire career. Several of them refer to me as being like a daughter. It's 2015 at the time, right? For crying out loud, we're past this, right? I got a short, emailed response. Congratulations on your growing family. We're going to go a different way this season. That email response, we're going to go a different way this season, it wasn't just a rejection. It was an absolute awakening. That was the moment that I realized that the system that I was part of didn't follow the rules quite as I understood them. That the system that I was a part of didn't value the individual, and the system wasn't empathetic, caring, compassionate, or even kind. This was the first time that I felt like I was in truly uncharted waters, even though I had just spent the past 9 years navigating a system where I was often the only woman in the room. But this was the first time that I recognized that I was absolutely going to be the first one to fight it. No other woman had been pregnant in our local at the time. I was the youngest woman in our local, and we didn't have any policies protecting parental leave. Now, I'm happy to report that this experience served as a catalyst to enact change, and that today, this has been remedied. Thanks to the experience, there's a parental leave policy, both maternity and paternity, in place because of our policy work advocating for Washington State to adopt a paid family leave law, which came into effect 1 year later in 2017. This policy has been credited with directly assisting over 1 million lives, and I hope other states will do even more. Washington State at the time was recognized as the most progressive in the country. But scars are not just reminders of pain. They're maps that show us where to build bridges, where to create change. And that moment crystallized my purpose. I wouldn't just be part of the system, I would go be part of the transformation of it. Struggle is both inevitable and invaluable, and growth is inevitable when we can turn struggle into purpose. For me, my purpose became when I'm an executive producer, my entire crew, my team will know without a shadow of a doubt that I see them, I value them, and that I have their backs. Mapping systems, even when it's complex, reveals opportunities hidden in plain sight. And the more we understand the rules of the game, the more effectively we can enact positive change and rewrite the rules of the game. Playing a game is a voluntary attempt to overcome unnecessary obstacles. Once we understand the process, figure out the rules of the game, our curiosity drives us to seek knowledge. Curiosity is one of the most common traits of an intelligent mind. Curious people let themselves become absolutely fascinated by things that other people just take for granted. An intellectual curiosity, that's what drives us to ask our deep, probing questions, to challenge our existing assumptions, and explore alternative approaches, which can lead to the discovery of innovative ideas and the development of novel solutions. Now, they say that necessity is the mother of invention. So let's go back a little bit further. In 2014, I was recruited onto a project for a video game company called Valve Corporation. The company had this idea that they were going to make an esports tournament where people were going to come to an arena, Key Arena at the time, Climate Pledge now, and they were going to watch this video game called Dota 2. Now, I signed on for the gig, not having the slightest idea about what I was getting into. Did I play video games? No, not really. I mean, I was a Sonic the Hedgehog fan. I had a Sega Genesis, but MOBAs were not my thing. And my first experience with PC gaming was actually playing Doom on DOS. Does anybody remember Doom on DOS? Yeah, okay, shout out, old people in the room, I see you. So working sports, right? I understood the rules of the game, but Dota, I had no idea what I was looking at. So I walked into the truck on that first day for rehearsals as the associate director on the show looking for the producer. Bueller? Anyone? Do we have a producer on this show? Do we have a rundown? Who's actually in charge here? In the truck, we all kind of laughed and looked around at each other, not entirely sure what to do, where to go, or what was about to happen. Enter Ali. He was part of the Dota game development team. He's a top-tier special effects animator, a phenomenal storyteller, and an all-around incredible man. But a broadcast producer? No, that was not in his current toolbox of skills. So he introduced himself to me and with smiling eyes said, "So, what do we start with?" To which I realized, oh crap, there is no plan here. So we were headed into a rehearsal day for a program that was set to run upwards of 9 hours a day for 6 days straight with 0 commercials or stop-down opportunities, and we stayed on air the entire time. We rotated for bio breaks, we would rotate to grab quick bites to eat, but mostly it was an absolute marathon. For the next week, I proceeded to produce a show about a game that I was desperately trying to learn on a whim, segment by segment, working ahead of myself by about 5 minutes at any given time. The ultimate trial by fire experience. I got a crash course in the game. I learned the user interface. I learned what it meant to get the Aegis and the cheese. Those are both good things, in case you need to know. I remembered standing outside of the truck on one of our first quick breaks, inhaling a box lunch with my friend Keith, also a Coug and one of my lifelong mentors. His eyes lit up. He was watching a monitor over my shoulder, and he yelled at the top of his lungs, "GG!" and he took off running. I had no idea what that meant, but I knew that if he moved, I moved, so here we go. Something's happening. I don't know what it is. So for those of you who aren't gamers, GG means good game, and they type it at the end of a game when the other team knows that there's no way for them to make a comeback, and the game ends very suddenly. So it was all a scramble because the game had ended, our truck was empty, and luckily our director, Glenn Wilhelm, also knew a thing or two about cutting a show, so he was able to buy us a little bit of time until John, our actual TD, rushed back in. The entire crew, laughing at the chaos that we had willingly embarked on, settled in for the next 6 days and went on that first ride that we now look back on and recognize as the birthplace of mass esports. At the moment, we didn't realize it, but we were creating the template for esports broadcasting on the fly. We were leveraging everything that we knew about sports broadcasting and refactoring it in a new context, reimagined for a different audience. Throughout that show, we sampled from entertainment, from Dancing with the Stars, from The Bachelor, fashion shows, conventional sports, and at one time, unsuccessfully, even late 80s MTV. I won't go into that, but just know we had a lot of fails along the way. True innovation happens when we transfer knowledge from one domain to another. When we ask ourselves, what if I apply this over here? Shortly after my crash course in esports, I was extended an opportunity to come back for the next iteration of the International Dota 2 Championships, to which I very quickly said, "That was great, you guys, but no thank you. I'm really not the right person for this job. I'm not a gamer. This is not my thing. I work in sports." Which retrospectively makes about as much sense as saying, "Oh no, I don't want to produce for the NFL. I don't play football." But my confidence was still teetering on the edge of self-destruction from the very previously mentioned very public pregnancy debacle. And luckily, Ali, that plucky and spirited special effects animator from Valve, saw in me what I could not see in myself at the time. I've always been drawn to opportunities where I get to work with creative, smart, inspiring people looking to do hard things. And even if this wasn't in the particular field that I originally saw myself in, I wanted to work with them, on this project. As my time at Valve started to pick up and I embedded even more with the game team, the business, and the company's very different way of doing things, I was forced to transfer all of the knowledge that I had gained up to this point into a very new and seemingly incompatible context. See, at Valve, we had a flat structure. No bosses, complete autonomy. So the way that this works is you walk around, you shop ideas to your peers, and if enough people buy in on the idea, you push all your desks together, you build it, you ship it, and then you go on to the next thing. But the thing about consensus building is that you have to have political capital. You have to have influence, and you have to be a driving force in the system. I found myself in familiar waters, in the room, part of the conversation, part of the group, but with little space to actually articulate ideas, even when I was undoubtedly the most qualified in the room to speak on a subject from direct experience. Ali, being highly attuned to his surroundings and very diligent about the idea meritocracy prevailing, pulled me aside after one meeting where I was shut down, talked over, and asked an opinion only to be told, "That's not how it works," when it was quite literally the thing that I designed and built. He strategically attended a series of meetings alongside me after that incident, and then when I would start to express an idea, he would make eye contact. He would clear space in the room, and he would invite me into the conversation. He will probably never know how much those invitations meant to me, but in those moments, he gave me space to find my voice, to gain back my shattered confidence, and to turn into a thriving, innovative person that I never dreamed that I would become. So over the following 5 years, as executive producer, my team went on to build some of the largest esports scenes in the world, shattering records for prize pool. Yes, at one point we hit a $45 million prize pool that was essentially crowdsourced from a battle pass, a business model that any company would die for. Cities around the world began bidding to host us, just like the Olympics. And in the background of all this, the National Academy of Television, Arts, and Sciences, the Emmys, began conversations with me while they were reviewing the validity of esports to be recognized in the National Sports Emmys. I coordinated with parliaments, kings, and presidents to get international recognition of esports as a sport, to receive visas so that we could move our players around the world and ensuring accessibility. By all measures, our work was paying off. Esports had solidified its position in the mainstream. My job was one part entertainment, one part policy, and so much fun. In 2021, the world was just starting to open back up. And after the lockdowns, our team had been challenged with having to modify our traditional setup to meet the needs of a post-pandemic live events world. This meant that we had the constraints of less people allowed to gather in physical spaces, really expensive logistics to move freight around the planet, and a growing international multilingual audience that we needed to serve. So, one of my favorite things about games is that gaming is a great unifier. The great unifier. I love that gaming creates borderless moments of joy, where anyone can join from anywhere, an ethnicity, gender, socioeconomic status, physical disability, none of it matters. When you lobby up, you're just part of the team. This dynamic means that we have an incredibly strong international audience, and we must meet each member of the audience where they are. So, looking at all the constraints that we were up against, it was the perfect opportunity for me to finally take a run at the ideas that we'd been cooking up for the previous 5 years, but I had not had a good reason to actually execute on yet. So, with way too much excitement in my voice, I sold the team on creating the world's first multi-camera, real-time, extended reality broadcasting. And we weren't just going to do it in one studio, we were going to do it on 3 different continents, in 5 different countries. It was going to be in Singapore, Kazakhstan, Bucharest, Lima, Rio, and Shanghai. The demands were high. It must utilize a high-speed, ultra-low latency global network. Gameplay's only good if it isn't laggy. It must be fully dynamic, no pre-baked graphics. Everything has to be a live database call. It must be localized to all 28 languages that our broadcast is going out in. It must come from a central hub where one operator can feed multiple streams. It must be flexible. It must use 5G and satellite communication. It must have programmatic and manual powered virtual camera scene switching. It has to allow the commentators and talent to interact seamlessly with each other and with all of the virtual assets. And it must seamlessly integrate into the real world set and virtual set extensions. The list went on for pages. But my team, they had my back. They did not even flinch. They dove in full throttle. Over the next 7 months, our team dug into all the existing technologies, only to realize that what we needed hadn't been invented yet. So, here we go, friends. The rest of that show is one for the history books, so much so that not only did we win at the Emmys for Outstanding Esports Production, but we also went on to be nominated for the George Wetzel Technical Achievement Award, alongside the Olympics and the Super Bowl. Gaming was officially mainstream. We'd earned our spot, and then we'd plowed our way to the top of the conversation. Now, as an industry, we recognize how much game tech has done for us as content creators, broadcasters, and what game engines are truly capable of. I don't think that anyone has ever said it better than the great one himself. This instrument can teach. It can illuminate, yes, even it can inspire, but it can only do so to the extent that humans are determined to use it to those ends. Otherwise, it's nothing but wires and lights in a box. This is as true today as it was the day it was spoken. Look beyond your field. The most groundbreaking ideas often come from very unexpected intersections. And meaning is found at the edge of our abilities, the edge of the unknown. Not so deep that we're met with chaos, but not so shallow that we close ourselves off to the real depth. That sweet spot, where your skills are enough to navigate the challenge of any given situation. My behavior now is entirely self-directed. It's devoted to becoming better and better at something that matters. And it connects that quest for excellence to a larger purpose. For me, curiosity has always helped shape my purpose. I was just a little bit slow on the uptake to figure out what my actual drivers were. Technology in the service of people stands to enhance our quality of life in unimaginable ways, profound ways, but only if we as humans are determined to build it, to use it, and to respect it. During the pandemic, amongst the imagining of the transcontinental XR broadcasting system, I had an insatiable need to understand systems architecture, artificial intelligence development, and how and why these technologies were both so powerful and simultaneously terrifying. My response to fear is curiosity. That isn't always a good thing, but it is me. The more worried people became about AI, the more I demanded myself to learn about it. This led me back to school, to a master's in technology management program at Georgetown University, where I convinced a classmate to do a project for our big data class using a video game. This project, we would create a game that maps cognitive biases across players. We would map that data to understand what causes a player to form bias, and then adjust their gameplay accordingly to create a dynamic environment where they're confronted with their own assumptions and biases, subverting their expectations, and building data lakes, tracking how the information is processed and how many interventions it takes for a player to be able to self-identify bias. Now, this project was fun. We received our grade and went on our way. I finished my program newly equipped with a deeper understanding of how I could personally make AI a tool for cause, and a whole lot of ideas about the world that I would like to be a part of. Did you know that according to the VA in America, over 22 veterans die by suicide every single day? And did you know that according to the CDC, nearly 44% of teens feel persistently sad or hopeless? And did you know that these exact same demographics play over 19 hours of video games per week? Now, imagine if the games that they were playing were custom built to improve mental well-being, to build community, to encourage connectivity, and the skills could be generalized into daily life, creating a richer offline experience so that the desire, the drive, the urge to escape online isn't as prominent. Imagine a world where storytelling is honest, it's vulnerable, and it's relatable. And we don't have to pretend to always be our best or lean in, because at the end of the day, relatability, humanity, that's what actually matters. Looking back on all the moments that I was fortunate enough to be a part of, one stands out to me like an absolute beacon. At TI6, we were doing a mini documentary on a group of Dota players who were from all around the world. As part of the feature, we flew them all into TI so that they could meet each other in person. This was their first time seeing each other. They'd been gaming together for over 10 years, and I watched with our camera crew waiting for the moment so we could get the shot. When they all saw each other for the first time, 5 grown men ran to each other, hugged each other, and burst into tears. They were so overjoyed that they were finally, after all these years, connecting with people that they had spent thousands of hours with. They spent hours talking, communicating, and playing. It was at that moment that I realized that what we were a part of was so much bigger than the game, the tournament, the millions of dollars and millions of viewers. We were giving people community, connection, and purpose. At the heart of gaming, when we strip away all of the weapons in fantasy, what we're left with is connection. person to person, anywhere, anytime. Now imagine a world where we take all the good things that gaming can do, and we don't use it to build predatory monetization schemes or dark patterns to drive addiction, but instead, we make the technology work in service of the player. And as I look back on the beautiful and sometimes wild path that I've had an opportunity to take, I would do it all over again. I'd take every hard lesson, every disappointment, every insult, because each of those moments made me more empathetic, more understanding, more courageous, and more unapologetically curious. And it led me to find my own community, connection, and my own purpose. Ask yourself why your work matters, and then let that drive your curiosity and your mission every single day. Curiosity is not just a tool. It's a mindset. It's a compass that guides us through the uncharted territories. I challenge you to stay curious. Let it push you beyond your comfort zone and into new realms of discovery. Because of my own curiosity, I'm now part of an incredible endeavor, leveraging the technologies that we're imagining, and some we've yet to imagine, to support 2 NASA missions. Yes, I had the opportunity a few months ago to entertain the phrase, low-latency interplanetary cloud-based gaming solutions. Right? And never in my wildest dreams did I think that that sentence would come out of my mouth when I sat in the Edward R. Murrow Keynote in 2006 as an undergrad here myself. We're exploring everything from how to keep people connected to their families as they traverse the voyage to Mars. It's 9 months. We need to build an XR volume that's playable but without any head-mounted hardware to solve things like circadian rhythm syncing, mental health and well-being, sustained quality of life. And yes, that means enabling people to play games with their friends at home, maybe even you guys here in Pullman. I floated the idea of an esports tournament aboard the International Space Station. They heard it out, so I think they might like it. There are tremendous potential and endless possibilities waiting. And there are enough limiting factors out there. Never let yourself be one of them. Thank you for joining me on this journey. I look forward to your questions and continuing this conversation today about curiosity, innovation, and purpose. Thank you very much. I think, are we going to do some questions or?
All right, questions, show of hands. Over there, that one.
All right, I have one. Does this work? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I'm also the microphone runner. So if you raise your hand, I'll run it after you. But what's like one skill that you would suggest for a college student to develop, like leaving and going to the workforce, that you would say was like the most important through your journey? Or
I'm sorry, what was the end of this? So one skill that,
like what would you say is like the top skill that you've used through your kind of like career?
yeah, the top skill is problem solving. Just the ability to understand that things, so in broadcasting, right, you guys all know this or will know this very soon. Things never go according to plan. And so the ability to be agile and flexible and trust that you're going to make a decision and sometimes it will be right and sometimes it won't be. But keep going, keep rolling. Like resilience, that's the best thing. Yeah, that's what I would say.
That's perfect. That was perfect.
Yeah, thank you. I'm very open, guys. You can ask whatever you want.
Hi, my name is Kara. I'm a faculty member here. If my students aren't going to ask questions, I'll ask questions. Yeah. So as also a mom, I cannot imagine coming back after like 2 weeks in general. Like, that is terrifying. Like, I mean, I was working online after 4. That new law came into effect like 4 months after I had my kid, of course. So like, yay. In such a, I'm imagining esports is very male dominated. Okay. In such like a male dominated field, and you've got some very good ideas about empathy. How do you, and you told us a lot, how do you kind of navigate that and also like change people's minds about women in a place where they aren't expecting women?
Yeah, so I found that network is everything, right? And so I constantly surround myself by people who are, like ambitious and who see the value in, strong ideas and respecting like the value of the content that's being produced. And so when that's the basis for the foundation for the team that's really working together, so it's really all about building your network. So I can't stress enough as an undergrad, I wish that I had understood the value of network more. It was something that I didn't understand until much later in my career. But network is a key driver, and also every time I have needed help or assistance or guidance or advice, there's been somebody within my network that if I'm just brave enough to ask, somebody will help, somebody will step up, somebody will support you. So I'm happy to be that somebody for, anybody who wants it, right? So I respond to every single person who sends an inquiry for something related to gaming or gaming production. And so really building the network, but then, trusting yourself.
Hello, my name's Tiffany. I'm a study abroad advisor here at WSU. It's International Education Week at WSU this week, so I'd be remiss if I didn't ask. You mentioned going and working all over the globe, all over the world. What's been your impact working with in a global environment and working with diverse people from all over the world and gamers all over the world too?
Yeah, it's I've learned so much because the first hard lesson I learned was that translation and localization, not the same thing. Very different things, in fact. And so understanding, and I think this relates back actually to a lot of what we talked about in the Murrow program, is knowing your audience and being able to relate to your audience locally and meet them where they are. And so a big part of it is, yes, we have a product and we're at the time we were a US based company, and we had, our game and our IP, everything was primarily English, based and, Western, focused. But as you translate that out into a global audience, it's really important to not say, hey, this worked really well when we did it in Seattle, so we can just pick it up and move it to Shanghai and do the exact same thing, right? Like, that doesn't work. So for me, it was, I did a lot of cultural immersion when I went places. And so I would spend, just one trip I would go to restaurants. I would have a local person that I, partnered with, and they would take me around. I would learn about, how people communicated, what was, what the value systems were, what was, how to demonstrate respect, how to show hospitality, all these things, because there's so many different levels in different countries and it looks different everywhere, right? And so having a global mindset and being able to really just embrace all of those unique features, and sometimes some of them were challenges actually, right? And so we were like, okay, well, how can we take the bug and turn it into a feature? How can we take this thing that we need to work with and make it actually a driver to make us better? So, yeah.
Good morning. My name is Tyler. I'm not faculty or anything, but would you expand a little bit on, we talked about International Week back here, and obviously this is an international type of market. Can you speak a little bit to the total addressable economic segment in esports and how it would compare to, let's say, the NFL or soccer in Great Britain, something like that, right? Five Nations, rugby, whatever. So everybody here understands what the size of this economic segment is, because I mean, I need to understand it better,
Yeah.
being from the private sector, and I think it'll open up some eyes, here for students about what type of opportunities will be there for, careers in esports.
Oh, yeah, yeah. So gaming at large is a multi-trillion-dollar industry. Just in the U.S. alone, there's over $2.5 billion anticipated in spend just this year. That's before we get into mobile gaming, right? Because then mobile gaming blows it up even more. So just a tremendous amount of economic impact that happens from gaming. So we would have cities, when they were bidding to host us, they would compare us to the Olympics or to a Super Bowl when we would get our RFP responses back. And it would be all of the same key economic drivers, right? Like how much is the Tourism Bureau going to benefit from it? How much is the city going to benefit from it in marketing, and advertising? But then also, the other thing I think is the number of eyeballs. So global viewership, global reach that gets underestimated in gaming because it happens online. And we don't measure online metrics in the same way that traditionally, like a Nielsen, for example, measures those metrics. And so, for example, one of the esports tournaments, we were just talking about it yesterday with the esports club. League of Legends Worlds, they actually, over the last 5 years, have had more average viewers than the Super Bowl. So more people are watching gaming than are watching conventional sports now. And the way that the economy is ballooning around gaming is not just from the games industry itself, and then you have the whole economy of the broadcasting and entertainment sphere around it, but then you have an entire content creator economy as well, where all of the different, whether it's a gamer who also streams or a streamer who just casts games, right? Like there's all these different ways to get involved. And as a result of that, the barrier to entry is so much lower because all you need is a webcam. And so the number of people involved, the access is tremendously higher. So I hope that touches on a little bit.
Hi, my name is Sada. I'm a student. My question was, you kind of touched on this on one of your answers already, but what is something you wish you had done when you were in college to better prepare you for the workforce that you didn't do?
I wish I would have done more public speaking. I was very focused on the production side, right? So I was plugged in with Cable 8 News. I produced the heck out of the broadcasts. I loved writing. I loved producing. I loved line producing. But I was a 100% behind the scenes person. And I underestimated the importance of also getting comfortable with yourself being out there once in a while. Yeah.
So you talked about your journey with gaining back your confidence after certain low points. What does it look like for you to maintain that confidence now as you further your career beyond just your achievements, and how do you encourage that among your coworkers as well?
Yeah, thank you. I don't take myself very seriously. That for me is a really big deal. And so by staying in a place where I'm a forever learner is how I think about things now. So instead of thinking that I need to, get a certain number of achievements, I'm a gamer, so I'm going to talk about this in unlocking achievements. There's not a certain number of badges or achievements that I need to collect, right? It's just I'm always learning how to do a little bit better than what I did yesterday. And if you're always just improving a tiny bit day by day, it feeds your confidence. And so for me, that's really been the main driver in feeding my own confidence, is making sure that I'm always learning and I'm always open to new things, and I surround myself by people who are smarter than me. Okay, and then we're done. Okay, thanks.
Hi, so my name's Spencer. As both a gamer and someone who works in the production industry, would you say that the developments in the production technology has made it easier to produce games, or has kind of the increase in viewership and complexity of games kind of matched that to make it, keep that complexity just as much as it was when you started?
Yeah, so there's yes, I think is the shortest answer. But the developments in broadcasting technology, so things like OBS and vMix and some of these which a lot of the broadcasting industry would look down on as low tier or amateur tools are actually some of the most valuable tools to be learning right now. And so on a lot of the shows, the tech stacks are changing very rapidly, but the tech stacks are increasingly more agile. And so it's letting us work faster, it's letting us work lighter, it's letting us work a lot cheaper. And what we saw was actually we did a lot of stuff in esports, and we're seeing a lot of it now, some years later, start to transfer over into the traditional sports, industry. So, the game tech that we were working on is now in the Fox Sports studio Sunday night, the Sunday football studio. And so, and those are things that would have been like Pixatope, for example, right, is an example of one of those technologies. So I think the increase in agility and the lighter performance, more software-based applications are making leaps and bounds over the hardware-based ones, where there's still a very important role for your hardware-based switchers, right? So like your traditional TV truck, you still want that to be your fail-safe, your backup, right? Like you want to have your rock-solid infrastructure, but don't sleep on a bunch of those side technologies that are really helpful. Okay.
Hi there, Tomer, head of WSU Esports. Kind of a question I have with, as you were saying, all the new technology developing in the industry and everything like that, what recommendations would you give to kind of keep up with that, right? You started from TV broadcasting all the way up to now NASA Esports. How would you best recommend to find this new technology and keep up with it and make sure you're always kind of with the curve rather than falling behind it?
Yeah, I eat up demos. So it doesn't matter how obscure a technology seems, I'll still go see the demo for it, because a lot of times that's how we find really cool stuff. And then we say like, oh, there's 2 pieces of this that we actually really love. And then we talk to the developer behind it and say, hey, can you modify this just a little bit? And then all of a sudden we're off and running, right? So stay open to seeing and viewing new things. Trade shows are a great way to go, like just consume massive amounts of things in very short periods of time. Hit the NABs of the world up, CES, stuff like that. But then also, I find that sometimes I watch some of the very scrappy streamers. They're doing very innovative things because they're accomplishing a lot with almost no resources. And so go see what the most resource-constrained folks are doing and how they're accomplishing things, because that's where the vMixes of the world are born, right? And so that's kind of where those things come up. And so you can get ahead of it if you're in those places already. Great.
Hello, Sarah.
Hello, Matt.
I have a question about esports education here, because this is something we've talked about for quite a long time. But the next time I receive an email that says our budgets are going up, hire more people, will be the first time that's ever happened. So my question is, what is it that our current broadcast news and production students can add to their toolkit if they have interest in this? Because I know we have a lot to be valuable in the field.
Yes, definitely. So it would be incredible for the broadcasting students to work directly with the esports club. So that would get them tied into end-to-end production, right? So they could be producing, editing, shooting content. They could be, there's just so many different things that they could be doing, right? Storytelling. Really, there's a tremendous opportunity when it comes to crafting the narrative of, the teams, in the same way that there's lore that's built, I'm a gamer. The way that there's story built up behind, institutions, right, that make people feel a pull for the institution. Your gaming program will have the exact same thing, and it's new, so that can all be written right now. And so you have the opportunity to craft that narrative. And I think that there's probably no better group to do that than the Murrow School. So infusing everything, all of those resources into building that scene will serve as a great recruiting tool for the university for future years as well. Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, everybody, for being here today. Please don't forget, there's lots of panels and workshops starting in about 10 minutes, so We'll see you there throughout the day. Thank you.
And he makes us feel. And I think that in the world,
Check. Check, 1, 2, check. Check, 1, 2, check. Check, 1, 2, check. Check, 1, 2, check. We're good? All right, we're all right? Awesome. All right, let's, this is the I just turned it on. Check, 1, 2, check. Check, 1, 2, check. Check, 1, 2, check. Are we good? Okay, I'm going to turn this mic off. Okay, is that okay? All right, thank you.
All right. Here we go. Hello, everyone. Hello. I know it's a loud quiz. Hi, everyone. All right, I'm Brett Atwood, Marketing Director for the Murrow College of Communication. Thank you, everybody, for being here for the 49th Murrow Symposium Lifetime Achievement Awards ceremony. All right. Thank you. We invite you to introduce yourselves to the people at your table and enjoy your lunch. Go ahead and get seated and please take your place. We'll begin formally at about 5-10 minutes at 12:20. See you in a few minutes. All right, hello again, and welcome. Thank you, everybody, for joining us today. The Murrow Symposium brings us together to celebrate the legacy of Edward R. Murrow. And before we begin, just a reminder to please silence your cell phones. And having said this, if you feel the urge to post about this or any of the other events on socials, please feel free to do so and use our hashtag Symposium49. So, let's get started. And now it is my pleasure to introduce our dean, Bruce Pinkleton.
Well, thank you, Brett, and what a great group of folks we have tonight. Thank you so much for being here. Really excited to have you here this afternoon. For the folks on teleprompter, I'll get right back on in just a second, okay? So, all right, thanks to each of you who've joined us. I'd like to extend a special thank you to Harry Smith and Andrew Joyce, and to WSU's 12th president, Elizabeth Cantwell, who's joined us here on her first day on campus. How exciting is that? I'd also like to welcome WSU's academic and administrative leaders, and some of our Board of Regents members are here today. Would our Board of Regents members stand up so we can recognize you, please? I know some of you are here. There we go. Okay. All right. Awesome. Thank you so much. I'd also like to offer a special welcome to members of the Murrow News Fellows Program. These are working journalists in newsrooms across Washington, and they've joined us here this afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, the Murrow Symposium is a momentous occasion. I'm grateful to all who contribute to Murrow College, making this event possible. Their generosity allows us to execute the symposium at a high level and to keep this event free for our students and community members. I'd like to extend a special thank you to Capstone Financial, KHQ Spokane, the Washington State Association of Broadcasters, and Gray Television for their financial support. With their help, the students we serve are better prepared to launch their careers, to become leaders in their workplaces and other organizations, and to better serve the needs of society. There are many people to thank for making this event possible. I'm especially grateful to members of Murrow College faculty and staff, and to our partners at Northwest Public Broadcasting, and I should also recognize Sarah Mahaffey and her team from the Provost's office. They've been stupendous. Thank you, everyone. All right. Journalism plays a critical role in the health of free societies by monitoring and tempering the influence of those in authority. By observing those in government, business, and other organizations, and by holding them accountable for their actions and outcomes, journalists contribute to the flow of factual, accurate information those living in free societies require. In April 1945, Edward R. Murrow arrived at Buchenwald, one of the most notorious concentration camps in Germany. But no one, Murrow included, was prepared for the horrors that awaited him that day. For 3 days, Murrow wrestled with what he had seen. Then he recorded one of the most profound broadcasts in American history. I pray you to believe what I have said about Buchenwald, Murrow told listeners on April 15th. I have reported what I saw and heard, but only part of it. For most of it, I have no words. We're approaching the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Buchenwald, when Murrow and others exposed the horrors of the Holocaust to millions of people around the world. Last month, Murrow College sent students to Buchenwald to learn about and report on Murrow's coverage of the atrocities of the Holocaust. When Murrow said those words on CBS radio, the public believed him. But today, our students and professional communicators face an information world that has shifted dramatically, where truth is under siege, journalists face threats, and government leaders seek to shape narratives not in a declaration of the truth, but to meet their own needs. Journalism is a cornerstone of democratic self-government, serving to inform public opinion in an imperfect but critical articulation of the truth. Without it, the very foundation of our democracy is under threat. We begin this afternoon's award presentation with WSU Provost Dr. Chris Riley-Tillman. Dr. Riley-Tillman's career has been marked by a steadfast commitment to higher education, research, and the advancement of evidence-based practices in schools. He co-developed a widely recognized approach to assessing student behavior, and his expertise has informed applied educational settings nationwide. As WSU's provost, he's leading the university's effort to shape academic policy and assess institutional progress. Dr. Riley-Tillman. Welcome, my friend.
My background also does not have my ability to read a teleprompter, so this will be an interesting for you. Ethics, courage, and professional excellence, the ideals embodied by Edward R. Murrow, make a difference for each of us as individuals, as informed members of our society and world. Unfortunately, as Bruce mentioned, these are perilous days for journalists and perilous days for the truth. The Committee to Protect Journalists reports that worldwide 103 reporters and media workers died while working in 2024, the largest number on record. I just have to say, when I read this earlier today, I was shocked at that number, and I just want to sit for a second and think about the impacts of this is literally as bad as it has ever been in this particular space, and that's a stunning thought in 2025. I certainly didn't think we would ever be in this place. Edward R. Murrow built his legacy on innovation and professional excellence, but we still reference his work today because of his courageous dedication to tell the truth. In seeking to tell the truth and fear no man, as he put it, Murrow established an ethical imperative for each of us. It's a point of pride that Murrow College continues the legacy of the most impactful reporter in the history of journalism. The mission of the Murrow College of Communication is to teach and inspire students in keeping with ethics, courage, and professional excellence of Edward R. Murrow. We do that today by honoring Harry Smith with a Lifetime Achievement Award for excellence in journalism. Today, we also welcome WSU's 12th president, here on her first day, Dr. Elizabeth Cantwell. Pretty good when this is the kickoff for your first day, isn't it? This isn't, arranged just for you. President Cantwell has served as president of Utah State University and has held senior leadership roles in research and innovation at the University of Arizona and Arizona State University. Before her career in higher education, she spent years in service to U.S. national security, holding leadership positions at Lawrence Livermore, Oak Ridge, and Los Alamos National Laboratories. Her work in energy, defense, and space exploration has advanced critical missions vital to the nation's strategic missions. Please join me in welcoming President Cantwell.
Hi there. Thank you for letting me horn in on what is an amazing attribute of Washington State University on my first day, and your enormous grace, because there's a lot I don't know. But I am heavily motivated, so the teleprompter guys, your grace in my moments of going off script. Because this is not just a moment for journalists and journalism, it is a moment for universities and for university presidents. And there are a lot of things that are similar and a lot of things that are different, but what we are honoring today is in the moment when we talk about how free societies require truthful information to function effectively as a democracy, we are talking about truth that is frequently very challenging to discern as an individual and requires that you, as an individual, understand what is moral and ethical for yourself, and you bring that to the work that you do. So the dependence of the work of journalism professionals, professional communicators who seek and report the truth is not only more important now than it has been in many, many generations in this country, but it is a function of things that we have imposed on journalists that have not been imposed on journalists before, which is not only is truth obvious, I just need to create a narrative about it that others will be able to hear and able to understand, but what is obvious to me as an individual about what is ethical, what is honest, what is morally correct, and how do I bring that, in addition to the facts that I can see, to the narrative. So for decades, the Murrow College faculty have recognized and honored the achievements of journalists and professional communicators at this symposium with an eye towards factual, well-crafted narratives and information. The award recipients have demonstrated a commitment to ethical standards, to courage, and now we are really talking about moral courage as much as any kind of courage, and professional excellence exemplified by Edward R. Murrow as he reported from Buchenwald during World War II, challenged by the abuses of power that Senator Joseph McCarthy exhibited and documented the plights of migrant farm workers in the Harvest of Shame. This afternoon, we honor a journalist who personifies Murrow's ethical courage, and again, I will just say, now more than ever, and commitment to seeking and telling the truth by presenting Harry Smith with the 2025 Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for Excellence in Journalism. Mr. Smith has many external awards associated with the work that he's done, multiple Emmy Awards as an esteemed journalist, acclaimed storyteller during his more than 40-year career. But he has clearly brought, whether he's reporting from war zones, interviewing world leaders, capturing the spirit of everyday people, he has brought to his storytelling a core of ethics and morality that is so, so important today to help everybody who hears and sees and views the work that he does to understand and explain the human experience. His long-standing practice of crafting stories of compassion and empathy and humility resonate with and connect with people all over the globe, not just in our location or in our country. More recently, he's continued his legacy delivering insightful, compelling narratives that increase our capacity to discern and help everybody bring the world and the rather chaotic moment that we are in into focus. So from the airwaves of Denver, Colorado, to Tahrir Square in Cairo, Egypt, to the war-torn streets of Sarajevo, Harry Smith has reported across the country and around the globe in a way that makes his capacity uniquely important right now. His work has taken him from presidential interviews to the front lines of major historical events, always with an unwavering commitment to truthful storytelling. So wherever he traveled, Harry Smith found stories that surprised us. They are everywhere, touched us, and ultimately connected us as our country grapples today with political and social divisiveness. And I think that's a small word for a very large set of things that we are experiencing. His journalism has served as a reminder of the values and experiences that unite us, that bring us together as a nation. He reminds us that journalism, the kind of journalism pioneered and practiced by Edward R. Murrow, requires curiosity, it requires empathy, and it requires courage. His dedication to ethics and truthful storytelling not only inspire confidence and trust in us, but give us a pathway, a roadmap for where we need to go. How appropriate that we recognize Harry Smith during this year's symposium when the theme is Connect Discovery Through Curiosity. Please join me in watching this tribute.
still to this day, when I watch a Harry Smith story, I think I'm better off for it because he's so good at what he does.
He makes us think and he makes us feel. And I think that in the world of journalism, if someone can do that, in that world, that's heroic. And I think that's who Harry is.
He has the ability, just with his words, to take us to places that we never imagined going, introduce us to people that might seem ordinary, but through Harry's eyes become extraordinary.
What can you say about Harry Smith that Harry couldn't write a lot better than you could ever say it? His way with words, his curiosity, his goodness, the humanity that he brings to every single story.
Harry's whole thing is you have to leave the building. One of my favorite Harry expressions is, any day outside of the building is a win for the good guys. So one time, my wife sends me a story about how the governor's wife, the First Lady of Maine, is now waiting tables at a local restaurant in Boothbay Harbor to make some extra cash over the summer. Harry's walking through the newsroom. I was like, Harry, take a look at this. Let's go.
And what can I get for you, sir?
What are you gonna do with all the money you make?
I want to buy a car.
And I don't know, I think it was 2 days later, we're up in Maine with Harry shooting an interview with the First Lady of Maine.
Without question, Harry's career has been driven by curiosity. When he heads out for a story, he is giddy.
One story that comes to mind is a story we did on Hope Diamond. We're sort of like working our way through 6 layers of security at the Smithsonian, and he's just kind of like buzzing. And I'm like, what's going on? And he's like, I was up late reading about the diamond. Do you know there's boron in the diamond? When the diamond gets shot with a laser, the boron gets excited and it does this little dance. You know, like we're like waiting at security, he's doing like a little dance and he's like, and the diamond glows. And he's just so excited.
I think the most memorable moment for me was when he created this beautiful essay at the beginning of the pandemic.
In order to come together to fight against a spreading virus, we are being asked and encouraged to do the opposite, to pull apart for a while.
I truly believe that the work that he did during the pandemic was memorable. It was important. When people were panicking and when people were so scared, Harry was a voice of reason and of calm. And I can't tell you the number of times we get stopped in airports and people say, they grab him by the arm and they say, you got me through the pandemic. That's what Harry always knows, is the power of his words.
Harry Smith's writing is food for the soul. And it allows you to step back and think about something in a different way.
His voice and his pace and his tone always reflected the story in a special way that's often difficult to accomplish.
What Harry will find is that one thread, that one needle in a haystack that brings the whole story into perspective through a snapshot.
Here on the top of this debris pile, a family album. School pictures, a father and son, brothers together, schoolmates. And you wonder, whoever this belonged to, whether or not they're still alive.
He was off in Tahrir Square during the Arab Spring, going back some years. There's all this geopolitical challenges that were being faced at the time and questions about what this meant. But Harry's interest got boiled down to a specific family and how they were experiencing being in Tahrir Square, what it meant to them.
It means a new era, and I hope my daughter and the daughter of everybody in Egypt will live in light and freedom.
That's where I learned to understand Harry's perspective, that he always wants to focus on the people who are present to a situation.
Harry made you feel the story. He didn't just tell a story, he made you feel a story. And I think as a journalist, his empathy was something that it really sets him apart.
Part of his performance is an invitation to members of the audience to crawl under the piano and experience its power. The sound, the vibrations, the unavoidable beauty of the music brought this reporter to tears.
Wow, I didn't see that coming.
He's a magical person because he doesn't ever lose his heart. And He just reminds us all why what we do is so special.
Harry, I just want to say congratulations on this tremendous honor. As others have said, you certainly deserve it.
Congratulations, Harry.
Just an amazing body of work, and the people you've touched, and other journalists you've touched, and the camera folks you've touched too.
Harry, congratulations on this well-deserved honor. You are not just a mentor and a friend, but just a privilege and a pleasure to be around constantly.
We all revere you. We all look up to you. We all aspire to be a little bit more like you.
You're the best I've ever worked with. Was thrilled to work with you as a colleague. I'm proud to call you a friend.
The lessons that you taught us, at least me, are going to be with me forever, and I thank you for that.
Harry, you have been the MVP in my life for almost 40 years, and I can't think of anyone in the world who deserves this recognition more than you. I'm so proud of you and proud to be your wife, your partner, and your best friend.
So now we actually prefer the award itself. In recognition of his decades of insightful reporting, which has made him one of the world's most influential journalists, we are honored to present Harry Smith with the 2025 Edward R. Murrow College of Communication Lifetime Achievement Award for Excellence in Journalism. I am so proud of myself. I think I could be a journalist.
It's a little like being at your own funeral. Dude, wow. That was something. Didn't see it coming. When I am typically sitting where you all are sitting, I expect one of three things. Expect to be entertained, expect to learn something, or be expected to be assured of my salvation. And unfortunately, I can't guarantee any of those three today. Thank you, Dean Pinkleton. When I got the call to say that this award was coming my way, I was completely flabbergasted. Thank you to the Cougar community for welcoming Andrea and I. In the last 24 hours, we have had the best time ever. Quite honestly, coming over the Palouse, I know the name now. We came down yesterday and we're driving over this amazing topography. Andrea kept saying, the topography, the topography. So we've got a lot to learn about this amazing place. I'm not sure we should be public about it because it's so cool. You don't want a lot of people coming in here screwing it all up. So
Yeah, wow, thank you. And Dr. Cantwell, Betsy, thank you for that introduction. Much appreciated. Really, especially if I've had a degree of success or if I've succeeded in my job after all these years, I really need to thank Andrea Joyce, who's in the Sports Broadcasting Hall of Fame, by the way, just in case you were curious. She walked into a Dallas Cowboys locker room in 1987 and has been breaking and busting glass ceilings ever since, and is still covering sports and is getting ready to cover her 18th Olympic Games next winter in Milan. So she's still at it, and she's a rock. A quick story about how we got married against her better judgment. So it's the night before our wedding in 1986. We're getting married on Flag Day. And I get a phone call. There's no cell phones there. None of the technology we take for granted now existed. And the phone rings, and I grab it. And her parents are already in the car getting ready to go to the night before the wedding party. And it's a producer I worked with for years named Wayne Nelson. And I'm, yep. Oh, God, that's great. I get off the phone, and Andrea says, who was that? And I said, it was Wayne. She says, what's going on? And she said, and I said, well, we're going to go to Pakistan. We got the green light to go to Pakistan. And, well, it wasn't really Pakistan. It was the no man's land between Pakistan and Afghanistan, which has been described as the most dangerous place in the world. And she said, no. She said, when are you going? I said, well, in a week or so. And she said, nah, no marriage. I am not marrying you. No way, no how. This, like, I didn't sign up for whatever you think you're up to. I've not signed up for this. And I said, you know what? Joyce, her mom, is in the car. We don't want to keep Joyce waiting. We need to get to this party. And I said, we'll work it out. And we've been trying to work it out for almost 40 years now. I spent a lot of time over the last couple of months reading about and watching Ed Murrow. And he could come off as something of a scold. He was a Quaker. Well, I was born and raised a sour Calvinist, and scolding is in our DNA. And I'm going to try to keep this as scold-free as possible, but we'll see how that works out. There are myriad ways you respond when you are informed you're the recipient of the Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award. And the first is a kind of affirmation. I just thought I was on some kind of a secret mission. I always thought I was just trying to tell stories about people and places and history, stories that I hoped would connect us. I am an e pluribus unum guy. Who's taken Latin, or who knows what it means? Come on. Out of many one, which was America's unofficial motto for the longest time. It didn't become "In God We Trust" until the Red Scare of the 1950s, because the communists were atheists, and people in the United States insisted it become "In God We Trust." But back in the day, back in those early amazing days, when our country was in its infancy, people believed that out of many one. So I'm an e pluribus unum guy, and I absolutely believe that there is more that connects us than separates us. I absolutely believe there's more that connects us than separates us. Stories like the grade school teacher who noticed one of her normally robust 8-year-olds running out of energy during a recess after a day or two. She tells the school nurse notices the same thing, calls the parents. Next thing you know, this little kid is in a helicopter going to Pittsburgh for cancer treatment. So here's this grade school teacher in a no-name school in the middle of nowhere in Ohio. She basically saves this kid's life. He gets treatment, is in recovery, but he can't come to school for danger of the germs that are spread there. So he's being taught virtually in her classroom. And she realizes that this kid is not getting it. And every day after school, she would get in her car and put on Sirius XM and listen to hard rock blaring as loud as possible to drive the 20 minutes to this kid's house and teach him individually every single day. She never saw herself as heroic or doing something special. And those are the people who are neighbors. Those are the people we don't pay enough attention to. We did a series of stories about the Apollo moon missions, and one of them was about the women who sewed the spacesuits. Women in Maryland sewed the spacesuits for the Apollo missions. One bad stitch and you're dead. Amazing. They were wonderful. They were so terrific. We met a guy named Rick Ryan, a Vietnam veteran who lives in Murphys, California. And he had demons, and he realized that if he walked a lot, that would help settle him down a little bit. And he turned to his wife one day and he said, "Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to start waving at people, and every time somebody waves back, I'm going to put a quarter in a jar, and we're going to give that money to an organization out of UCLA called Operation Mend. It's an amazing organization that heals veterans with wounds seen and unseen that people in the VA just can't seem to deal with." Well, quarters turned into dollars, dollars turned into thousands of dollars, and now people just send him checks, and this guy has raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for this Operation Mend just by waving at people every day, right? Those people are our neighbors. Our country is full of them, people we admire, people we wish we were a little more like. My second reaction to receiving this honor is, surely there must be some mistake. I woke up in a nightmare the other night, and it was like I was in this black and white movie, and I said, "You got the wrong guy." I don't know. Yeah, you got the wrong guy. The third realization is there's a transaction. So if you come to do this, you have to sing for your supper and you have to do a speech. Gene Siskel, the great old movie critic who was on with Roger Ebert for years, for some of you old timers know who it is, you kids will have to Google it. He was a really good friend of mine, and whenever I saw him, he says, "What do you know for sure?" And it's a great conversation starter, but it's a horrible thing to have to think about when grappling with your own history, let alone thinking about the exact moment we're in broadcast journalism. It's a big task. First, just a little bit, well, actually more than a little bit, about how I became a reporter. This is for you students. In the interest of full disclosure, I was a terrible student in high school. I never, ever did homework. I was a slacker before the word slacker came to common usage. I did have a set of encyclopedias in my room. One of my older brothers sold encyclopedias, so I had a set of encyclopedias in my room. And I had a Montgomery Ward AM/FM radio, and I'd turn it on as low as possible, usually listening to the jazz station, and just page through the encyclopedia every night instead of doing my homework. I don't recommend that for any of you with children as a way to help them get through, but a couple of important things happened. My junior year, you're supposed to write your big essay with the footnotes and everything else. Everybody in my class had a theme. I didn't have an idea. I go to John Galassa. He taught English. His brother taught Latin at our high school south of Chicago, and they both lived in Old Town, which is where the hippies lived in Chicago. And they came down to our town every day. And I said, "I've got nothing." He says, "Well, no, you got nothing." He opens a drawer and he hands me a book. And it was Jack Kerouac, On the Road. And I was like this giant stack of kindling that he lit a match to. I devoured that book. that leads to Allen Ginsberg, that leads to Lawrence Ferlinghetti, that leads to Leroy Jones, and on and on and on. I mean, the fire was lit. It was crazy. And it was almost early enough to save me from starting college in academic probation. Not quite, but that's how I started. The other thing that happened when I was in high school, my senior year, is the coach of the speech team came to me and said, I want you to try this event that we have in speech. It's called radio speaking. And he says, this is how it works. You get a pile of wire copy. You get a couple of pages from a magazine of some advertisements. You get about 45 minutes. You have to turn it into a newscast that's either 4 minutes and 45 seconds to 5 minutes, never over, never under, else you get penalized. And I realized that I was working harder at speech practice than I was at varsity basketball practice. I quit the varsity basketball team to join the speech team. My friends knew I was crazy. My best friend said, you'll be a quitter all your life. We're still very, very good friends. That was kind of, fires got lit. I didn't know like I could be or I could turn into a newspaper reporter or a journalist of any kind. But my father, neither my father or mother made it past junior high school, but my father, who drove a truck and was a part-time cop, read 2 newspapers every afternoon. Every afternoon at 5 o'clock, he would come in the door and sit down and read 2 newspapers. My mother would have to back time dinner in order to meet the journalism students, the broadcast, that we understand back time. We couldn't eat until my father had consumed his news. And the CBS News is on a screen over here. And he's got these 2 newspapers, and until he's done, and it's interesting because he and I never had a great relationship, but it wasn't until years and years later people said, well, how'd you end up being a reporter? I said, I guess I was trying to please my father, and still trying to please my father after all these years. The other thing that was an enormous influence was I had a mother who could identify any plant, any tree, knew the names of everything, and was almost like violently generous. I mean, just was incredibly generous. We had a birthday party for her when she turned 85, and one of my older brothers got up and told a story because I'm the youngest of 8. I was born in 1951. My older siblings were children during the Depression. And he told this story that some of us had never heard before, on how on grocery shopping day, my mother would beg my father for extra pennies. And my father would say, what are you going to do with the extra pennies? She said, well, if I have extra pennies, I can buy more flour. And if I have more flour, I can bake more loaves of bread. Because men come to our door, to our humble, crappy little house begging for food. And if I can, I want to be able to give them a loaf of bread. So those 2 people have a lot to do with why I'm standing up here. I never had the chance. My father ended up with Alzheimer's disease, and I never had a chance to sort of reconcile with my father, and he always said, you need to learn a trade. He never understood the trade that I went into, or never got a chance to see me be successful. So in some way, I guess I'm trying to reconcile with him right now on some crazy level. I worked in a lot of different radio jobs. I didn't love radio. I loved radio, but I didn't love playing records for a living, so I did a lot of interviews with people. I'd interview the dog catcher, I'd interview the zoning board guy, anything to do, but just, I was not a good, radio back then was about being a disc jockey, and I was never a great disc jockey, but I loved talking to people. And I parlayed that into a job in public television, and from public television I got a job in local news at the CBS affiliate in Denver, and I was given a 2-week probation. and they ended up keeping me. It was kind of cool. And one of the things, if you're going out into the workforce, and especially if you're looking for a job at an affiliate station, go to the worst one. Mine was in third place, and they were hungry for ideas, and I had a lot of ideas. And one day I came to them and said, do you think anybody really understands what happens on Groundhog Day? The shadow, no shadow, that whole deal? So I went to a costume shop, and I got dressed up as a groundhog. And I rode the shuttle bus in downtown Denver asking people, what's the deal with the shadow, no shadow? And it was great TV. It was really great TV. But I was kind of that guy at the TV station for a while. I was not really a reporter until a once-a-century blizzard. Everything is shut down. I get a phone call. There's a live truck at Denver Stapleton Airport is what it was called back in the day. I live close to the airport. And I went there and I reported my butt off for about 3 days. And all of a sudden, those people who doubted me in the newsroom said, maybe he's worth keeping around. And so I ended up a real reporter, and I rode with cops, and I got to know the doctors and nurses at the hospital because we were a local news station, and if it bleeds, it leads. One day it's a story at the state Supreme Court. A few days later, in a cul-de-sac where a man has murdered his wife and 3 children. And as I grew as a reporter, there was never a day that I didn't just thank my lucky stars and be amazed that I was allowed to do this. One day I was suggested that I do a series of stories called Trading Places, and like go out and do somebody's job. And I think the premise was it was supposed to be funny. And I said, no, I think there's a better way to do this. And one of the very first stories we did was about a guy named Leo Santavania, who was a fry cook in a diner just off of downtown Denver. And we met him at 3:30 in the morning in the diner because he had to bake pies from scratch before the morning rush. So we helped him make some pies, and about 6 o'clock the door opens, and there's this rush of people, hundreds of people coming in to get breakfast. He's the only guy. And it was just an amazing flurry of activity and frying pans and toast and just bedlam in there. But it was beautiful to watch Leo work. Leo spoke about 100 words of English, and I spoke even less Spanish, un poco, okay, poquito. But somehow this all worked. And we got the material back to the station, and I said, we've got to figure out a way to really celebrate this guy's life. We found Organ Concerto by Haydn and the Allegro movement of this beautiful organ, and the eggs are flying in the air, and the toast is flying, and Leo Santavania was the maestro. He was the hero of the story. And once you figure out that somebody might let you do that, you're going to do it again and again and again and again. I have to put one other piece of information out about my father. So as the youngest of 8, and as a sour Calvinist and a dour Dutchman, he was not a guy that you could negotiate with. And when I was 13, he says, well, do you know what you're going to do tomorrow? I said, no. He says, well, you're going to go to work at Herman Zeldenrust's farm on the outskirts of town. And I really hated it. I hated every single minute of it. And I really wanted to say, Dad, I don't think this whole farm thing is for me. But those are words that were never going to come out of my mouth and expect to be alive the next day. But there was a great thing about that, about sort of embracing the difficulty of that situation and embracing the work. That work in and of itself has its own value. You know, I grew to be proud of my calluses and the things that I could get to do. And while I rode my bicycle out there, I'm 15 years old, and sometimes the farmer would say, throw your bicycle in the back of the pickup truck. take it on home, because I need you to shut down the irrigation pipes at 2 in the morning. And I'm like, I'm a man. So thank you, Dad, for that. The other great thing about that work on the farm is at the end of August, when two-a-day football practices starts, I was allowed to leave the farm and go to two-a-day football practices, and everybody else was gassed. This was like vacation for me. I was heavily churched as a child, and that helped too. We went twice on Sunday, went back on Wednesday night, did not play outside on Sunday, and I will say I have discarded a lot of it, but some of it rubbed off. The part of loving your neighbor, welcoming the stranger, the Beatitudes, the good stuff. And when I look back at my life, I kind of feel like I won the lottery. Between my father and my mother and this crazy family of 8 children, my older siblings insist that when I was little, I would stand on a chair during the dinner hour and demand to be heard. We did make it to Pakistan, by the way, which is a great story in itself, because there were these people that the U.S. was supplying with tow missiles and all kinds of armament called the Mujahideen, and some of those guys came back to America for medical treatment, and we met them and the doctors who were taking them and care of them in Texas, and this doctor says, we're going back. And we said, well, we want to go with you. And so we had this whole idea that these Mujahideen were going to go back and rejoin the fight against the horrible Soviet invading forces in Afghanistan. And we got to JFK Airport, and the Mujahideen guys were trying to flush their tickets down the toilet. That's a laugh line. I mean, this was really happening. I mean, my God, these guys were like, okay, we don't want to go back there. We learned a lot over there. So from local news, we get a job at CBS. It was an amazing 2 years, and 2 years were not even up yet when the Moscow bureau job opened up. And I said, how great would this be, right? Let's go there. Let's go to Moscow. Now, I had taken a Russian in high school. I know that goes against the whole slacker narrative, but I had taken Russian in high school. I'm thinking this would be so great. And Andrew and I did a conference call with Wyatt Andrews, who was vacating the post there. And he said, okay, so your apartment's going to be bugged. You're going to be followed everywhere. You're going to be spied on. And there's no groceries. You have to order groceries from Norway. And I'm saying, this sounds so great. And a day or two after that, we got a call from New York, and they said, we want you to come and be the anchor on the morning news. The 107th iteration of the morning news show maybe it was the 150th. I mean, there have been so many versions of the morning news on CBS, we've lost count. And I didn't want to go. I wanted to go to Moscow. I did not want to be an anchorman. Did not want that job in any way, shape, or form. And Andrew and I talked about it a lot, and she said, I don't think that you're in a position to tell CBS to shove its anchor job. So we took it, and I went in, and I was having a last meeting with the executive producer of CBS News, and I said, I'm going to be the anchor of this show, and I'm going to be interviewing presidents and, who knows what, and you need to know that somewhere there is videotape of me dressed up as a groundhog. And he said, I'm good with that. Reporting is just amazing, amazing work, the stuff that we've gotten to do over the years. And one of the times I really fondly remember the most was the summer of 1993. All of the Midwest was underwater. Rainstorm after giant thunderstorm after giant thunderstorm. Water's going over the banks in the Mississippi, the Missouri, everywhere through the Midwest. So we went out there, and I had a live truck and a crew, and we tried to go to a different place every day. We'd get off the air in the morning, call the local sheriffs at the local counties. What do you got going on? What do you got going on? We just moved around. Every day a different place. After a couple of weeks, we're all the way down in southern Illinois where the Mississippi and the Ohio River meet. And we see this woman in her backyard, and she's stacking sandbags. And we walk in there, and she turns, and she just looks at us. She said, "I was wondering when you were going to get here." And that was just the most affirming thing. I mean, I don't need an Emmy. I don't need anything. Because this woman just was like, "I'm watching you tell this story every day in TV, and I knew you'd get here eventually." It was really powerful stuff. I love reporting so much. And man, do we need reporters now. Real reporters, journalists. Lately has felt more and more to me like we're in a movie. We're very much in the movie Groundhog Day, except without laughs. We've become numb, inured to the slew of presidential directives, executive orders, the daily dirge of Doge news. We're sending people back to Cuba. No, we're bringing them back. We're deporting more people than ever before, but fewer people than the previous president. People get laid off. Some get hired back. We close agencies. Food and medicines don't end up in places where they are desperately needed. We stop funds to this. We stop funds to that, with little regard, it seems, to the consequences. And then sometimes the money comes back. Oops. We hear you can't make an omelet without cracking a few eggs, but what of the human toll on people who have chosen to make their careers in government? Many could have made more money elsewhere, but they took the job with hopes that they could make a difference. So what? I get it. I've witnessed the frustration of people displaced by disasters, being strangled to death by red tape. After Hurricane Katrina, I should have been paying taxes in Louisiana. We spent so much time there in that year afterwards. And after a year, we're in Chalmette, which is in St. Bernard Parish, with 90-some% of the homes in that parish had been inundated by water. And there was a big oil refiner there, and one of those giant white tanks, those giant that you see from the freeway, it imploded and oil went all over this neighborhood. We were the first one, and that's a different story. That's more, we'll talk about that with the journalists, with the young journalists. But the whole idea of everybody's reporting the same thing every day, you've got to go out of the building and find the other stories that are out there. I mean, this Chalmette had been underwater for days. No one had reported about this giant oil thing spilling out all over the place. And we're walking the streets there. I mean, it was hot. The benzene, one of the producers had to get in the car because he was going to pass out because of just the stench. And no one had reported this, but that's you got to leave the building. If you leave the building, every victory is how do I say this? Every day out of the building is a victory for the good guys. So for you reporters, they want to put you on the anchor desk, you can let them put you on the anchor desk, but insist that you go outside. Go outside and see what's really going on. Anyway, we see there we're at this food bank a year after Katrina. And there's a nice middle-aged woman handing out food, and I said, "What's your name and where are you from?" "Oh, it happened to you." "Yeah, okay, you're from here?" "Yeah, we had to move my husband to New Orleans because he's not well." And she starts talking. I said, "Can we go to your place?" And she said, "Sure." So we go to her house, and she starts explaining how between the red tape of the federal government, between FEMA and the Small Business Administration, the state of Louisiana, and her parish, she was literally being strangled to death by red tape, with tears, just this flood of tears down her face. So are people frustrated with the government? Yeah, I get that. I get that. Listen, I'm on the board of a college. In the last 2 years, the education department could not revise its financial aid form, right? You faculty people know this. One of those Doge kids could have done it in an hour, and wouldn't that have been a better use of their time and our dime? A lot of this is a test. It is our test as citizens and our test as journalists. If the scenes of the Groundhog Day get repeated often enough, perhaps we will all fall asleep. That would be convenient, for as Tom Joad said in The Grapes of Wrath, you're bound to get ideas if you go thinking about stuff. People lie, and we know they're lying, but they keep on lying, and if you repeat the lie often enough, it turns into the truth. Anybody remember who said that first? Who said it? Yeah. The Nazi propaganda chief, Joseph Goebbels. Right? You report a lie often enough, it turns into the truth. Me and you and a lot of the people in this room are part of the lying media, and that must be true because I've heard that term for a number of years now, and I hear it now just about every day. Accidentally inviting a journalist into a chat about a military strike in Yemen is not a big deal. It's not reckless. It's not even foolish. It's not even a mistake. We need reporters. You might be the only reporter at a small-town weekly, but if you don't go to the county supervisor's meeting, stuff happens. And if you don't rise through the ranks of the local newsroom to be the news director, then who's going to wrestle with the station owner who wants to kill a big, important story? This is important stuff that you guys are learning here. This idea of witnessing and writing what you see, what you know for sure, I don't think it's a job so much as a calling. Years ago, I did a little sports reporting, and the first time I was in a press box at a big NFL game, as the team I was covering scored, I cheered a little bit, and I was taken aside, and I was told, there's no cheering in the press box. Well, that's essentially what we've been accused of. I've been thinking that over, and if we are guilty of that, then maybe we deserve some of the heat that has come our way. But standing up for democracy, for the Bill of Rights, for the rule of law, is not taking sides. It's upholding the very things that have made us who we are. We are in a rough patch, no doubt, and there are plenty of days I want to take my eyes off the movie I'm stuck in. Maybe as a retiree, I can take a day off once in a while, but not you. Not you reporters. Not you supporters of this school. Not you professors. For if you remember, in Groundhog Day, Bill Murray finally gets it right. Our republic has been on the edge of calamity before. Truth, though, as Ed Murrow believed in practice, was stronger than name-calling and accusation and innuendo. And while we have allowed others to define us, ours is still an honorable profession, but only if we insist to make it so. Thank you. Bruce has questions. I may have answers. You have no idea. I mean, you really don't have any idea. I get this call, and I'm like, you are out of your mind. There are so many other people. And I really did. I've always thought of it as on this kind of secret mission. We're just telling people stories, so you know that your neighbors are not your enemies, and it's all, we're all, can't we all get along, as Rodney King said on the side of a highway many years ago. Yeah, so there you go.
All right, so am I on? So Harry, you have a choice.
I have a choice.
Yes, I'm giving you a choice. So we can
Test.
Yep, there we go.
Okay.
All right. So Harry and Elizabeth had a conversation on their way to lunch, and it was an interesting conversation. And Harry said, maybe we should talk about this after my speech. So you and I can do a Q&A, or you and Betsy can do a Q&A.
Give me your best question.
All right. Have a seat.
Betsy, hang on.
All right. My best question. Well, I have to work into my best question.
Okay.
Let's start with this, all right? So we have a lot of powerful people, politicians, celebrities, athletes.
Yeah.
They occupy a lot of the news. what do we lose when we fail to tell the stories of everyday people?
Everything. So we've done a number of sessions with students and people who are out in the workforce, and a young woman comes to me yesterday, and she's an investigative reporter, and she's working on stories about what's happening here and the pressure on the graduate school and fewer people being admitted and people losing their jobs, et cetera, et cetera. And she said, well, you know, what I get from the university is boilerplate. And I said, well, you know, you've got to let them have their say. But you know, and I know, that it's gobbledygook. And there's a tenured professor who's been here for 20 years who wants nothing more than to serve her students in the best way she possibly can. And you bump that up against the crap that the university is telling you. People, that will stick to the screen. That will stick to the page. That's just the truth. So I was just telling her, you can't be afraid of that, right? Because you know, they're giving you this line. It's the same line they gave you last week and the week before. And I said, listen, they have a real self-interest in kind of protecting what they can protect, right? They're not going to poke the bear, but you can poke the bear.
All right, good. So one of the things I learned at dinner last night is that you really can't take a break when you're talking to Harry, because if you do, you're going to miss something really cool, and he doesn't allow you that break. You have to lean in. It's exhausting, frankly. So, but that's okay. It's worth the exhaustion, but it's a tiring experience. But a good Harry Smith story includes a great interview, and I'm just curious about your interviewing technique. Are you a naturally empathetic person? Is this a skill you developed? Did your approach change over time? Are you always present when you're talking to Andrea?
That's a good question.
Yes, it is.
I'm taking the Fifth Amendment on that one, brother.
I get the same question from my wife, by the way. So
there's a couple things there. Some of it is just thinking about the stories I was telling about my parents. But I helped teach a writing class at NBC that we had for years and years and years, and there was a waiting list to get into this writing class. People who had worked there for years wanted to get into this writing class. And I would come with a sheet of bullet points, and one of the things that I talked about, especially about writing and about doing this job, is when I get ready to do the story on you, Bruce, there's no such thing as too much homework. I want to know as much as I humanly can gather before we sit down to chat. And then I write out my questions and I write out my bullet points. But you know what I'm never going to do is look down. I'm never going to look down, because we had this a couple of times. I had it with Sue Ann yesterday when we did a taping.
Yeah.
She was so listening to me. And as I know that you're paying attention to what I'm saying, I'm going to tell you more things. Some other things are going to spill out of me that I might have not told the prior reporter or whoever is coming next. And then what I would say in this class is, when you have this conversation with this person, with this character, you have a moral responsibility to tell their story. It's not your story, it's their story. And the other part of this then is, after this long conversation, you get a sentence, 2, maybe 3 sentences that you can put on the page or put on the screen. But that conversation, if you allow it to go in, internalize it, then when you get ready to write the story, it's going to come out of your fingers. It's just like magic, because you can't not know what you've learned.
Okay.
All right?
All right.
How
Okay.
about that one?
Yep, that's a good one.
I hope you guys are taking notes back there.
Yeah.
There you go. I got a hand up.
I should mention, by the way, that some of these questions are my own, and some of these are from Murrow College students as well. So
Okay.
I've combined them. So here's one from a Murrow College student that I really like. When you're covering humanitarian stories, so you talked about the woman in Louisiana as an example, how do you balance being a human being with being a reporter?
It's impossible. one of the things that I've come to know over the years, and this is too bad because of the lectern, sorry about that, guys. I'll just stand up. As I've gotten older, I've realized that there is a limit of human capacity for being able to take in. I've been in places where it's like dead bodies strewn on the ground, and the smell of rotting human flesh and despair. And I mean, I got to the point where if I had to go to one more mass shooting, I just said I can't go anymore. But you'd have to have some kind of level of self-awareness to be able to say, I'm just going to put my hand up and say no. Just no, I can't do it.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
How do you process then a particularly difficult or traumatic story? I mean, I have to be honest. I'm the dean of a school of communication, College of Communication. I find myself sometimes just shutting my laptop. There's some news I can't read any longer. Don't want to watch. How do you process?
This actually came up with some of the fellows earlier today, and about kind of self-care part.
Sure, yeah.
And I said, you need to continue to pay attention to the things that you just love so much. And so I love classical music. Friday night, I'm in New York. I walk over to Avery Fisher Hall. I take my seat for the New York Philharmonic concert. And I'm just kind of abuzz, because for the next 2 hours, I'm just in that. I'm in that. And it's transcendent, art. Like, it gives you goosebumps and stuff. And so I said to the young person, you need to make sure you make time in your life for those things that you really care about, the things that help you not be involved in your day-to-day and feeling the pressures of deadlines and everything else, because that's a way to keep yourself sane.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Very good.
All
Very
right.
good. Okay.
Bruce.
Yep.
I still don't know why you called me. I mean,
do I have to explain it?
My wife and I have talked often about the imposter complex, and I think sometimes I went to a tiny little liberal arts college in the middle of nowhere, but it was an amazing experience. It was phenomenal. I took everything that wasn't nailed down. I mean, I took philosophy and theology and sociology. If there's had an ology in it, I took it. I took feminist authors. Oh my God, it just was glorious. It was phenomenal. And people go to a place like this, an esteemed school.
Sure.
And say, okay, here's my career plan. I'm going to do that, and I'm going to do that, and I'm going to do that. I mean, I went in the back door, right? And then went that way and that way. I worked at a pop station in 1975, and 3 times I was fired and rehired the same day. They literally could not find somebody to replace me. I'd sit on the stoop of the radio station with my box with the tapes in it and the candy that I stole from the candy giveaway thing, and because they didn't pay very much money. And I'm sitting outside waiting for a ride because I didn't have a car to get home, and the general manager would come tap me on the shoulder, "Be back here tomorrow morning at 10. We couldn't find anybody to replace you." So there were years out of college, I described my career as kind of a dumpster fire, quite frankly. So yeah, there's, that whole straight line. I'm going to go there and I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. It often doesn't work like that.
All right. Okay, I'm going to ask a question that I wasn't going to ask you, but I just have to. So sometimes I feel like when I'm talking to you, I'm talking to Mr. Rogers of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood fame. And I've been in a lot of newsrooms, and they tend to be places of cynicism, to be perfectly frank about it. It's cynicism, old coffee, cigarette butts. In the old days, it would be a bottle of whiskey in a drawer someplace. And you seem to be quite unaffected by a lot of the stories you've covered, and you have this tremendous sense of appreciation and gratitude. And I have to tell you, in that sense, I share that. This is a job that I love and many days hate also, but love. I wouldn't do it for free, but I love it. But But I wonder about you. Well, you know, this sense of I've read enough and seen enough of your interviews and things like that. How did you escape unscathed from a 40-plus year career in journalism? What's the secret there?
So I have a old goldfish bowl at home, and it's filled with drugs. And there are all kinds of drugs.
We don't want to hear this story.
All kinds of drugs in there. And every day I close my eyes and I pick out a couple and I pop them in. I'll say, how'd that go in today? So that may or may not be true.
All right.
Let me try to give you a serious answer.
Yep, there we go.
So I was interviewing Mr. Rogers once,
Not
and he had
surprised.
a tie on, and it was a tartan. And I said, well, what tartan is that? What pattern is that? And he says, well, it's a clergy. It's a clergy. He was an ordained minister.
Right.
When I was graduating from college, I was really thinking I might go to divinity school, or go to graduate school and study communications as a social science. I really loved words. I tried to do this project somewhere between my junior and senior year in college. I taught English in Taiwan for the summer, and I had this whole idea of taking words like fire and try to use like bipolar adjectives to describe the word and how the Chinese would come up with a numerical equivalent of a word in Chinese versus English. I had a nervous breakdown that summer, so I didn't finish the project. That's actually physical and normal, just really fall apart. But I loved all that stuff. I loved that. I love learning things, right? So I said it's not a job, it's a calling. And that stuff I said about being churched so much and my takeaways, I just believe all that stuff. I mean, I'm not in a kind of zealotry, but in a sense that we all need to connect each other, right?
Okay.
Back to Tom Joad in Grapes of Wrath, right at the end, where he talks about, I copied it down someplace. He says, you know, if there's a cop beating up a guy, I'll be there. That whole thing, right? I just kind of believe that. There's not a straight line to my belief system, believe me. But
Sure.
That's what I believe. So if I'm a little Fred Rogers, so be it.
Awesome. All right. I appreciate that.
And I can't answer a question in less than about 5 minutes. I apologize.
It's okay. I wasn't worried about having a lot of questions for this interview, actually. So,
Okay.
All right. So one of the job of old people is to worry about young people.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just sort of part of you adopt that at some point. I don't know if you're a parent or whatever it is, you just start to worry a little bit. So I'm curious about the new media environment. Well, that's an old media environment now, I suppose. Being 62, everything is new to me still. That young people find themselves in. You know, there's this idea of digital natives, social media. We have so much available to us, but so much of what we hear is consonant with our own thinking. We talk about, you know, information bubbles or echo chambers, right? Are you worried about
Sure.
the media environment that young people are in?
I'm plenty worried about it because friends of ours, people we're related to, are going down rabbit holes, and they're not aware that there's a technology that's forcing them back down into the rabbit holes. So they come out believing there are, you know, movie stars raping children in the basement of a Pizza Hut in Washington, D.C. I mean, it's crazy.
Right.
That part is crazy.
Yes. Yeah.
The other part of that, now that I've spent a half a semester teaching a course at my college, I just, you know, you need to turn those machines off, right? The research has been done. It's just dopamine. The scrolling, that you're 1:30 in the morning, you're just scrolling away and scrolling away. Oh, did you see this one about the blah, blah, blah? I mean, there's no there there. There's zero there, right? I mean, read a book. Read a book. Amazing things happen when you read books.
All right, fair enough. Let me ask you a question. Okay, in an era of sensationalized news
Yeah.
and you know, these kind of quick hit dopamine type stories. How do we get people to respect honest reporting?
I think it's just nose to the grindstone. I really do believe that. I just think about where we are right now, and so many people who were supportive and then are continue to be supporting an administration that just is kind of flooding the zone every day, and what are we going after next, and a lot of disruption, lots and lots and lots of disruption. Well, a lot of those folks are on Social Security, they're on Medicare, they're on Medicaid, and at some point maybe that, comes home to roost a little bit.
Sure.
And they're going to come back and they'll say, well, those other people, they think it's great, but I don't think it's great. So maybe, like the New Testament says, the truth will set you free. Maybe that's all. I think we got to keep grinding. We got to keep grinding. The other thing, though, is because the world is so spread out, maybe it's a little bit like the early days of America, because every tiny town had multiple newspapers, right? And cream rose to the top, right? Thomas Paine wrote some stuff, and people ended up passing it around all over the country, right? So it may be naive, maybe Pollyanna. I think that's sort of like Fred Rogers.
Yeah, fair
but
enough.
I'm not giving up on that.
Okay.
Not giving up on it.
Okay, I'm going to hold you to it then.
All right.
All right.
Should we do Betsy?
Sure.
Let's do Betsy.
All right.
How about your new president, Betsy Cantwell? We won't take forever.
Good.
How are you today?
I'm great.
Yeah? I mean,
Yeah.
honestly, it has to feel like a little bit like an out-of-body experience.
A little.
Yeah. Right?
It's a lot of vectors of information that one feels.
You sound like a scientist.
Yeah, I am. I'm an engineer, for those of you that don't know me. So I'd like to put things in boxes and draw.
How else to keep order?
Rely on really good people.
Yeah. But I mean in terms of, your own making sense of everything.
So I don't have order, which is why I ask for grace.
Yeah. When we chatted earlier, you said you were excited about being here.
Yeah.
This place in particular.
Yes.
Why?
And I'll repeat what I said, and maybe with a little nuance, but because there are very few places where you can do the right thing, an incredibly complicated job with service to all kinds of people, and lots of them, in the same place. So I call that sort of serving my moral core in the same place where there is reception and capacity and capability to be heard. And that is not true for every academic institution in the US right now, and I think that that's part of why we see such horrifying things happening to university presidents and therefore their institutions in places like Columbia.
Yeah. Do you know why you came here?
Yes.
Yeah.
I said that like that because I'm not sure
what I mean.
No, I'm actually not sure
good.
I'm going to say it in a public forum. One to one.
I paid for this microphone.
But what do you mean?
No, so I just think it's a big darn deal. And there come moments in our adult lives where we're like, this may be the last really big decision like this I'm going to make.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I will just say that there is, in addition to complexity in these jobs, there is nothing else on the planet, and certainly nothing else in this country, that gives you the capacity to serve so many people and so much. So it isn't just people sitting in this room. It's not my many students who are here today, but it's all who have come before and will come after, in an institution which is committed to the development of a platform, if you will, that every one of those people, before, now, and after, has the capacity to understand the truth.
Amen.
There's very, very little out there.
So just from a show business perspective, that's where you drop the mic and walk off the stage. How about a hand for the new president of Washington State University? Thank you so much.
Am I on? Okay, we'll use this one. Hey. I'll tell you the truth, it's hard to recover after that interview and go back to reading the teleprompter. So just hang with me and we'll get there, okay? So Harry, thank you so much for being here this afternoon. And I have to also thank your lovely wife, Andrea Joyce. Andrea Joyce is going to be delivering our free lecture tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock here in the Cub. And she is a Hall of Fame sportscaster. She just flew in from Boston where she was covering ice skating. She's still a working sportscaster and she is awesome. So please plan to come. Harry, I appreciate you so much sharing your insights and hearing your stories. It's been great. We really do appreciate you, appreciate your work, great advice you're giving to our students. It's a meaningful part of their education here at Washington State University, so thank you very much. You bet, you bet. For everyone else, instead of me blathering off the teleprompter, I'm simply going to say, in 15 minutes, we start new panels here along the back of the Cub. Make sure you get to one because this is the most amazing learning opportunity communication students have in our country, and it happens right here at Washington State University. And yes, I'm biased, okay? So I just want you to know that that's going to be happening. Tonight, sorry, don't just forget about the teleprompter, don't even worry about it, okay? Tonight at 4:30, we're going to have our celebration of excellence in our Hall of Achievement induction ceremony here, right here in the Cub in this very room. The president will be back. We're inducting some outstanding people today, really, really terrific people. And it's going to happen. It's going to be a lot of fun. So please come back and plan to participate. It's going to be a little group participation. We have a great time. And then after that, we're going to have our student showcase, an interactive, I don't know, what are we calling that thing, Stacy? Interactive research, blah, 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 in the back of the room. And it's really cool. There is a virtual reality display back there. So if our own reality is too much for you, you can just go do virtual reality instead. And with that, I say thank you, everyone, for coming. Harry and Andrea, thank you so much for being here. Everyone, have a great afternoon, or good night and good luck. Go Cougs! And go Cougs!
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight in the orbit of Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery, go and throttle up. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
loud and with gusto, all right? All right, so we're ready? Fight song, folks? Okay, loud and with gusto. All right. All right, somebody told me they're going to play a video. Otherwise, I'm going to... Come on up.
All right, thank you, Butch, for helping us to celebrate the Murrow College. Everyone, welcome. Welcome to our Murrow Excellence Celebration. All right. I'm Brett Atwood, the Murrow Marketing Director, and we are really pleased to have you celebrate excellence in Murrow College with us tonight. Please make sure to silence your cell phones. Although you are encouraged to take photos, and if you want to share on socials, that's great, but please use hashtag Symposium49. Please now help me give a warm welcome to our Dean, Bruce Pinkleton.
All right, everybody, thank you, and thank you for that rousing fight song. I don't know if you noticed, Harry and Andrea were into it. I think Harry was actually doing the motions at just the right time. Perhaps you should consider transferring from Central here to Washington State University and join the outstanding Murrow College. Okay, so we're here this afternoon to acknowledge the great work taking place in Murrow College, or as I often call it, the Murrow family. And like most families, we have a little bit of dysfunction around the edges, but it's all good on the whole. So. This includes all the students who've ever called Murrow College home, and including our faculty and staff and the rest. So it's an exciting time for us. I'd first like to welcome our honored guests. WSU's new president, Elizabeth Cantwell, is here. On her first day in office, I might add. And we also have academic leaders and senior administrators from Washington State University. Thank you for being here. And WSU's Board of Regents members. We have several Board of Regents members who are here. If you would stand for us real quickly so we can acknowledge you. All right. That's awesome. Thank you so much. All right. Now, sorry for the I'm watching the teleprompter just going up and down, so I'm just going to tell you I'm off message pretty much for the entire time here. Okay, so now it's group participation time, so I need you to pay attention, all right? To begin this afternoon, sorry, I should stay with the mic here. We're going to recognize all attendees who are or were first-generation students. Okay, so if you're the first person in your immediate family to graduate from a four-year institution, you're a first-generation college student by definition. So if you are or were a first-generation college student, please stand or raise your hand. There we go. Yeah, look at that. That's awesome. We have Andrea Joyce, a first generation. There we go. Here are you, first generation also? Fantastic. Okay, and when I noticed we had several Board of Regents members here, that's fantastic. All right, thank you so much. Okay, next. If you are a current scholarship recipient from Murrow College, would you please stand or raise your hand so we can recognize you? Scholarship recipients? Okay, those kids are studying. All right. You know, I am proud to say that those kids are working hard. So that's good. Okay, all current students or graduate students, undergraduate or graduate students, and attendees who've ever earned a degree from Murrow College, if you've earned a degree from Murrow, please stand to raise your hand so we can recognize you. Awesome. Okay. Nice, thank you. Those are smart people you're looking at there, folks, all right? Okay. Murrow College students have numerous applied learning opportunities. And to demonstrate how involved Murrow College students are in any industry-related activities, I want students involved in any of the following organizations or opportunities to please stand or wave your hand when I read the name of the club or opportunity so that we can recognize you, okay? So we're going to hold our applause to the end, so pay attention here, and I'm going to read through the list quickly. So if you stand, remain standing, and you can just raise your hand if you're doing more than one thing, because we often find students who are involved are doing multiple things. And pay attention, I'm moving fast, and I don't want to have to repeat myself, all right? So here we go. This is just like class, folks. Okay, so Advertising Club, Bateman Public Relations Competition Team, Cable 8 Productions, Crimson Creative, our student-run firm, Daily Evergreen, J. Rocky Chapter of the Public Relations Student Society of America, KUGR, KZUU, KJEM, or Northwest Public Broadcasting, 4 radio stations here. The Murrow News Service, the National Student Advertising Competition Team, the Religion Reporting Project, and the Rural Plunge. Okay, awesome. Okay, our kids, students are studying. Thank you. All right, very nice. Now, if you're not currently a student, but you were involved in one of those organizations I mentioned when you were a student, including the Association for Women in Communication, which is no longer active on a national level, but we had an outstanding chapter here for many years, thanks to the efforts of Roberta Kelly. Would you please stand or raise your hand so we can recognize you? So all those clubs, Bruce Amundsen, Evergreen, there we go, come on. There we go, thank you, all right. All right, how come I know that and you don't? I think we need to talk, all right. All right, in addition to the organizations I've mentioned, Murrow students have an opportunity to learn as they travel the country and globe. We call these Murrow Expeditions. We just had Murrow students returning from spring break trips to Los Angeles and to Phoenix to cover spring training. Is that not the coolest trip ever? You would think the dean could get a hookup on one of those trips, but it does not happen, all right? We had 4 backpack journalism students recently returned from visiting Germany to cover the anniversary, the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Buchenwald, the Buchenwald concentration camp, where Edward R. Murrow did really one of the most profound broadcasts in journalism history. And this May, we're going to be sending students to New York to take in the play Good Night and Good Luck, starring George Clooney. And we've had strong donor support for these students, so a lot of them are going to go to a greatly reduced price. Very excited about that opportunity as well. We're trying very hard to get Mr. Clooney to wear some Murrow College stuff, so I'll let you know if we succeed or not, yeah. If you have an in, let me know. So far, my in was a fail, but I'm working other things. Okay, okay. Now, I'd like to recognize the effort and dedication of some very special Murrow students. Who are student ambassadors or other students working this event, please stand for us real quick. Awesome, thank you. All right. Very cool. Okay, they played an important role in making the symposium happen, and I just wanted you to recognize their outstanding work. Okay. I received tremendous support from members of my professional advisory board. They mentor me personally, mentor Murrow College students, financially support students with things like this trip to New York. They spread the word about the great work we're doing in Murrow College. And we have a number of past and present Murrow Professional Advisory Board members here with us today. If you're a Murrow Professional Advisory Board member, past or present, I want you to stand for me right now so we can recognize you, all right? Okay, awesome, thank you so much, I appreciate that. And we had a great meeting yesterday, a lot of good folks with good advice for the dean. All right, as we look to other forms of excellence in Murrow College, we want to celebrate the more than 100-year history of Northwest Public Broadcasting. Can you imagine that, more than 100 years? So do we have any folks from NWPB here this afternoon by any chance? Awesome, congratulations to you. Okay, there's one final group I've saved until now to recognize, and that's Murrow College faculty and staff. And I should tell you, I meet with people all the time and talk about Murrow College. I talk with donors, I talk with alumni, and inevitably the conversation turns to, who was your favorite professor? What was that one class? What was that Murrow moment for you? And it's just great to hear their responses. And they routinely mention Murrow College faculty. It's such a great group. They pour themselves into our students every day. Our student advising team is so strong. The business office staff is great. My dean's office staff is great. Really are an outstanding team. So if anybody here is here from the Murrow College, faculty, staff, or graduate students, since they do some teaching for us as well, would you stand so we can recognize you, please? All right. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. You're outstanding. Your work really is the beating heart of Murrow College, and I appreciate that very much. So, all right. So this has been a terrific event, but we're going to celebrate now our Hall of Achievement inductees. So with more than 13,000 graduates, induction to the Murrow College Hall of Achievement is a rare and meaningful event. The last time I did the math on this, it was less than 1% of our graduates are inducted into the Murrow College Hall of Achievement. That's a pretty big deal, okay? So Mary Grace Roski is the chair of our Professional Advisory Board. She's going to come on up and talk to us about our inductees.
Thank you, Bruce. I have had the opportunity to present this award for the last couple years, and I will say that we have 6 this year, which is more than we've ever had before. And while that's very exciting, I think what's more exciting is all the future HOA members who are in this room and don't even know it yet. And so I hope that the students will provide or will find a lot of inspiration in the stories of our 6 award winners. They have really great stories of service in their communities, of career success, and most of all, love of Murrow College. So thank you. I'm really excited to be here. And what we do here each year is we honor exceptional graduates and friends of the Edward R. Murrow College of Communication. After seeking and evaluating many nominees, our inductees are recommended to the dean by members of the Professional Advisory Board's HOA committee. Nominees are individuals who have made significant contributions to their professional, business, or academic achievement. They've also demonstrated community involvement that highlights corporate or personal social responsibility. They, of course, have shown support for the Edward R. Murrow College of Communications, and they are individuals typically who have received awards and recognition in their own profession. We also recognize individuals who are not alumni, but have made a meaningful contribution to the college. Before I proceed, I want to acknowledge the work of the members of the HOA committee for their diligent work in the selection process. This includes the chair of the HOA committee, Sherry Brennan. Thank you for your service. And now it gives me great pleasure to introduce the 2025 Hall of Achievement class of inductees. We start today's inductions by honoring a distinguished corporate communications professional who spent nearly 4 decades shaping media relations in the telecommunications and forest products industries. A graduate of WSU, Bruce Amundsen has played a crucial role in transforming Bellevue's local newspaper into a daily publication before moving to corporate communications and working with major organizations such as Weyerhaeuser. His leadership continued through his service on the WSU Foundation and by chairing the Murrow College Professional Advisory Board. Please join me in watching this video tribute to Bruce.
Well, I grew up right here in West Seattle, and actually started kind of my journalism career here, doing some stringer stuff for the West Seattle Herald, and working in the school newspaper. I spent 3 years actually as a journalist over in Bellevue, and then transitioned into corporate communications, where I spent the majority of my life, 35 plus years, doing corporate work for anything from cellular companies to forest products at the end. When I left Washington State University as a long-haired kid ready to take on the world, I never envisioned I'd be talking to the Wall Street Journal, explaining to them why the hostile takeover that my company was undertaking was going to be good for a forest products company, and yet there I was. And I could look back and I could say, well, gee, should I have made some other decisions? But, you know, the decisions I made led me to a pretty good place.
I mean, he's a guy who jumps in with both feet. I mean, he's keeping me informed of a lot of things that are going on, and that's his journalist background. So, yeah, he's been a great cougar, and I'm just happy for him that he got this award.
One was incredible humility that this honor was being bestowed upon me, and the other one was, really, are you kidding? I'm going to be in with these other people. So I think it was a combination. I'm very honored, and and a little bit surprised, quite frankly, that I had this opportunity. Working on the Evergreen, that is really the thing that shaped my career, shaped my life. It's where I spent a lot of time kind of honing my communication skills. I was doing something live. I could make mistakes in front of people. I could also have accolades in front of people. First time that I actually hired people. So that obviously led to some benefits later on in my career when I was building staffs and things like that. So I got some management experience and also the writing experience. So definitely the years that I spent on the Evergreen were probably the most formative things at WSU.
Smart guy, and he's smart because he reads. And he had, again, that political science background. It's his major, political science for myself. And I think we weren't so rigid either way. And I think I could see that in Bruce. And so therefore, we had a good relationship on the campus. And I think that, again, is something that was always in the back of my mind. And it was a very easy connection we made in later years.
Really throughout his time as a graduate of the university, I've been really pleased that he's involved in a lot of the things that WSU touches, and he's used his leadership skills in a lot of important ways. Bruce and Paul have done that, in particular working through presidents and the foundations and things like that. And it's great to have their influence and role in Murrow College as well as their work at the higher levels of the university.
The biggest accomplishment are the people that I helped to grow and mentor, because you know the things you deal with as a journalist or even in corporate communications are kind of transitory, and being able to work with people and help them develop their careers by giving them opportunities and helping them grow, I would say it's definitely the people that I worked with and helped develop.
I very much appreciated Bruce's leadership on the Professional Advisory Board. His advice to me was helpful in a number of situations, and he's a good friend. He cares about Washington State University, he cares about Murrow College, and he certainly is deserving of this honor.
I would just say don't limit yourself. Avail yourself to any opportunities. Some you may want to take, some you may not want to, but you'd be surprised what the opportunities may take you.
Congratulations, Bruce, on this significant recognition and on your induction into the Murrow College Hall of Achievement. Come on up.
Thank you. I'm beyond honored to be here today. I really honestly can't believe I'm joining the number of people that are on this list. This reminds me a little bit of grade school, because whenever there was an oral presentation, it was always the poor schmuck with the last name of A that was first. So, but I just want to let the rest of the inductees know I'll set the bar low, so you'll be fine. I was working on probably about the 6th draft of my presentation last night about why would somebody was a political science graduate who never ever took a single communications course be so engaged and care so much about Murrow. And I finally went, forget it. Actually, I used probably a little bit stronger word than that. But I realized that what I was trying to say was really hard to capture in some brief words. Certainly, as you saw in my work on the Evergreen, that set my career where it went. It took me, thankfully, away from law and into a lot more fun things. I could also say that my political science background is part of the reason that I'm so engaged with Murrow, because there are a lot of governments out there that have constitutions and all the same things we have, but there's one thing they lack, and that's the very First Amendment, which sets the space for people like Harry and certainly the namesake of this college to really keep those people in check. So those are certainly key things. But when I really sat down and thought about it, it really came down to a very simple thing. Whether it was that long-haired young kid working on the Evergreen, or this bald aging man standing in front of you, for some reason, Murrow has always seemed like home.
Thank you, Bruce. Our second inductee, Paul Casey, is the CEO and founder of Casey Communications. He built his career as a respected leader in marketing and public relations, and his civic engagement included involvement in major Seattle civic projects. Paul, a proud WSU graduate, authored a book on self-employment and recently served as chairperson of the Murrow Professional Advisory Board. Please join me in watching this video tribute to Paul Casey.
I would say most of my career has been going different directions, but I'd have to say the overall encompassing thing I did was becoming an entrepreneur. Well, I didn't pick WSU, my dad did. And my older two brothers had gone there. I listened to my dad and I was able to tell him that after I graduated. Thank you for doing that. And I would say that to anybody now. It's just a great place to go, and I had a wonderful experience. Being student body president for 2 terms, so that means half my time was up in the French administration building and in the Cub, doing a lot of student things. That was my education. That was what I remember. I think we were a football player. You probably remember playing on the football team most, and I think I had the same kind of experience being at Washington State, again, being in student government.
Paul and I were working for the Constitutional Commission. We took road trips going out around the state to meet with people to get community input and to also explain what we were doing. And he ended up being a wonderful partner. We worked hard, we had a lot of fun, but also he just was at a natural at it in terms of coming into towns, meeting new people, new areas, and it was like they were, longtime friends by the time we left.
Paul is what I would say the embodiment of what I think of as a journalist and broadcaster. He is a great listener. He's curious. He asks good questions, and he's got that great voice.
The theme of this symposium here is curiosity. And I think curiosity is important. So I was curious about a lot of different things, but that really served me well.
He was doing podcasts, some form of that, before there were podcasts. He was always interviewing someone, so it was always interesting to ask Paul about his interviews, because they really was a gamut of different folks from different professions. In his heart, he embodies what it means to be a true Cougar. He was the one who would speak at President Glenn Darrell's service, and he was the one who was seeing Keith Jackson at his home in Southern California and keeping him engaged in everything WSU.
If I would say anything, about, let's say, people going forward, is to be curious and to also look at life as to what you can give back. It's not any one thing that I can say I had this huge achievement, but it's a series of those that I feel proud of.
I think if you look at what Paul has done for Murrow and for students, the mentoring of students, the support of Murrow programs, his involvement with faculty, with deans, and others, he has obviously helped shape Murrow to what it is today, and the benefits that students are getting right now, I think, are a direct result of a lot of the work that Paul has done. So he's very, very deserving of this honor.
As you know, I was fortunate to meet Edward R. Murrow when I was an undergraduate at WSU, and I can say that I think he would have really liked you.
Paul, you are so deserving of this award. I couldn't think of anyone who would be more deserving than you, and just our heartfelt congratulations to you, and I'm proud to call you a friend.
In closing, Paul, I can't think of anybody who deserves this more than you do. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Paul, and welcome to the Hall of Achievement. Come on up.
this here? Oh, hang on. Oh. I look this way. Goodness, that's going to be hard to follow. Oh, geez. Nice job putting that together. Wow. Thank you very much for that. I'm speechless and seriously, and a lot of people don't say that when I'm around, but certainly I am now. I think the best thing I did in the Murrow board was bring Bruce Amundsen in. I mean, seriously. I went, hey, Bruce, I'm on the board, and he said he did, and hey, come on. There it is. So great speech, Bruce. And Doug Pica, thank you very much. And of course, Sam Reed, the former Secretary of State, spent time with him. And I learned a lot from both of them. And so anyhow, I also want to thank Jeff Collier and also Greg Mills, who put together this video and edited it very well. I was a little worried I was wearing the same coat in the interview. I don't think I was, though. My wife, Marty, would have killed me. She would have gone, oh, John Paul. And I go, oh, good. It wasn't the same coat. So I'm just going to mention something about really the Edward R. Murrow himself, because again, I've been such a fan of his for so many years, like we all are, and that's why we're all here. And also channel a little bit of George Clooney, because you know, we all know that right now, in, you know, we mentioned it earlier, in Broadway, that Good Night and Good Luck is playing again and breaking all box office records. So I think that tells us a lot now about what we are going through now as a country and why people are thinking how important it is right now. And of course, George Clooney is an individual who has done a lot to bring that to the surface. He was on 60 Minutes just a couple of weeks ago, and I was watching what he was having to say about Good Night and Good Luck, and just a few quotes. I think he says it all, rather than me saying. I'm going to mention what he had to say. And he said, the Fourth Estate must succeed. There's no option there. It must. There are parallels between the play and the times we live in today of total disinformation. There is one direction, when he went back to talk about Joe McCarthy, would hold up a blank piece of paper and say, there's 50 communists on this white piece of paper. And of course, there were none. And that's kind of what Joe McCarthy's version of fake news was then. But the question is, what's different now? And that's what I thought was interesting with what George Clooney had to say. And he said, now facts are not negotiated. That's different from that time. We're at a place now that, you know, we can all agree and disagree. That's fine. I disagree with myself half the time when the day's over going, God, you know. But nonetheless, but if we can't reach a consensus that, let's say, this chair is what color, blue or something like that, we're coming up, or crimson and grays are school colors, we can't agree on that now. And that's the sort of thing which he said, that is real trouble ahead, and that's where kind of we're at. Just want to mention something too about Good Night and Good Luck. If you haven't, or you don't get the opportunity to go to New York and see this, and you haven't seen the movie Good Night and Good Luck, made in 2005, see it. It's wonderful. David Strathairn plays Edward R. Murrow so wonderfully. It's almost like it's him. And if you've seen it once, see it again. I just watched it again. I enjoyed it the second time, actually more than the first. I just want to leave with some Edward R. Murrow quotes. And again, this is going back 70 years, and he could be standing here saying this today. When the loyal opposition dies, I think the soul of America dies with it. Another one, no one man can terrorize a whole nation unless we are accomplices. And I like this one. Just because your voice reaches halfway around the world, that doesn't mean you're any wiser than when it reached only to the end of the bar. I just started thinking, did he think about that when he was at Rico's one afternoon, you know?
You know, I imagine, because, you know, I looked in history, I'm a history buff, right? Rico's was open then when he was here. So it could have happened there. I could go on, but I'm going to move it very quickly now. I just want to congratulate Dean Pickleton for what he has done for the Murrow College, and of course his symposium, and also what he has done with the Murrow News Fellowship Program. That's growing. That's something we need. More journalists, and he's making that happen. A lot of other people are too. So, and there's some good news. Harry Smith said today about optimism, and we have to do that. Well, there's some local newspapers coming back in the state of Washington now. I just saw a great story in LaConner about, and now a paper is coming back, and the community's behind it, and it's just really doing quite well. So hopefully, maybe we'll turn the corner on that. But there you go. Let's see, finally, I just want to say, my wife Marty's here, sitting right there. She's a graduate of USC, that's okay. But I do want to say that Elson Floyd, when he was the president of Washington State University, in 2014, he recognized Marty's contribution to Washington State and made her an honorary WSU alum. And Doug Pica, one more time on the board. He's on the Board of Regents. There's other regents here. I saw Dr. Cantwell today for the first time. Welcome. And the regents, you guys did a great job. Thank you.
Great. Our third inductee, Marty Dickinson, is a marketing executive and member of the WSU Board of Regents. With a career spanning 27 years, she has held key leadership roles in organizations such as the Spokane Teachers Credit Union, Umpqua Bank, and the Spokane Regional Chamber of Commerce. As a graduate of WSU, her advocacy and support of the university and her efforts supporting urban development and marketing have had a lasting impact on WSU and Eastern Washington. Please join me in watching this video tribute to Marty Dickinson.
Well, hi, I'm Marty Dickinson, and I am actually the Chief Marketing Officer at STCU in Spokane, Washington, and I graduated from WSU in 1991. So many things had an impact on me at WSU in my 4 years that I was there, but I would say speech communication classes were definitely a significant influence. Those classes really taught me, first of all, how to read an audience depending upon the topic you might be speaking on. And little did I know, that what my career would be 30 years later, and that so much of those fundamental things that I was doing in some of those courses would really translate to very tangible skills that I have today. Being curious and being open, regardless of where you're at in your professional stature, is incredibly important. Curiosity matters at every juncture. When I came out of WSU, I didn't really know. I didn't have a plan. And so I went right into sales and service. And that was a real different path. And it wasn't necessarily the ideal one that I thought for sure was going to be the direction I was going. But I have this unique pathway as to where I'm at today because that I was willing to do many things throughout my career. I think it has set me up really, really well and has differentiated me in having a real broad scope of what an organization and the makeup of it looks like. For me, giving back has always been something that really lights my fire. I'm passionate about it. I have appreciated that I have learned how to weave my everyday professional career into my passion of being able to do community engagement and leverage both of those so that they can both have really good outcomes.
Yeah, I've known Marty since 2008. In my previous role, I was superintendent of the Central Valley School District. We ran our bond in 2015. And Marty co-chaired the Citizens Committee for that bond. I believe it was the team that Marty put together, the connections that we made to the community, and her unique way of thinking about communication and how to communicate with our community that allowed us to pass. And we passed that bond in 2015, I believe, with 65%. People want to do business with people that they have quality relationships with. And Marty creates those quality relationships.
Marty is the woman you want on your team. She's gonna get it done. There's no frills with her. What you see is what you get with Marty. I've been fortunate enough to see her in action, whether it's in a business meeting, a community setting, getting a school bond passed. If you want to do something fun, tell Marty no. See how that ends up for you. Marty, congrats, girl. I love you. I'm so proud of you. Nobody deserves this more. Thank you for doing everything that you do. I love you.
Congratulations, my friend. You have meant more to me in my career than I think you could ever realize. I think that this community is a better place because of you. Congratulations on this award. I can't think of anybody more deserving.
To be acknowledged and rewarded by an institution that has created a foundation in which I have charted my entire adult life on WSU. It was somewhat overwhelming, and I'm incredibly honored because of those that have received this and the caliber of individuals they are, as well as understanding the caliber of the college and the kinds of students and professionals that come out of this space. So to be included in something like that is pretty awesome.
Congratulations, Marty. Join us on stage.
Well, in typical Marty format, I maybe didn't read the directions all the way. My husband, Reed, who's here tonight, would say, could we just, when we were trying to put something together, he would say, could you just not throw the directions away? I'm like, it's fine. If there's a leftover screw, I'm sure it was just by accident. So I didn't fully prepare to speak today, but I would say that as a young woman at 17 years old who came to Pullman in August of 1987, sight unseen. I had never been to Pullman, even though I was from Spokane. I thought, you know, it's close enough. There was kind of a rule. My parents were like, you need to be close enough that we can get to you if, you know, you pull a Marty. And so my folks dropped me off at Striped Param, and to be exact, my mother was literally chucking, you know, bags of clothes out, just saying, here's a calling card, don't use it if you don't have to. But we love you and good luck. And it was a unique thing because both my amazing and beautiful, smart sister, Dana, who's here today, we were first generation. My dad moved from Canada, so really that my sister and I would go to university in the States. And so you can imagine it's a pretty full circle moment for me today to be that 17-year-old girl who's had the opportunity to chair the Board of Regents for Washington State University. It's hard to kind of get your head around that at times. I think I was always destined to be in communications because when the four of us would sit around the dinner table, I talked a lot. And I tended to speak Marty's truth and felt like everyone at the table needed to hear that. And sometimes it was translated to being too cheeky, and I would be excused from the table. And my sister, I was the talker, my sister's the writer. My sister would just kind of try to channel, like, maybe just stop, like, you don't need to keep going. And I'm like, by God, I'm going all in, Dana. And she would just be like, don't do it. But when I got to WSU, I realized, well, you know, there's this thing called speech communication, and I bet I'd be pretty good at that. And so When I met my husband, Reed, of 31 years, who is a graduate from WSU as well, from the School of Construction Management, and he said, well, what are you studying? And I said, well, I'm studying speech. And he said, really? Like there's a thing called speech communication? And I said, well, there really is, and you should come to one of my classes. And Reed said, no thanks. Now mind you, he's in engineering, and he'll probably die when I tell this, but the only C he got in college was Comm 101. So he's a little angry. He graduated first in his class from WSU. I don't think he ever got another thing but an A at WSU. But right here, Edward R. Murrow showed you where the real muster is. But what I would say about if you have ever had to take a speech communications class, you learn a lot of life skills very quickly. You learn to think on your feet. You learn, and one thing that we were really always taught was you should always be alert to what's going on around you so that if you need to, you can speak articulately about what's happening around you. And most important, if you don't know, you better know how to sell it quickly. And I realized I might have a gift for selling something I don't know a lot about. And that is what ultimately led me into this very interesting career path, and I think that that's the beauty of communications. If you understand how it works and you understand how to read an audience and you understand how to communicate one-to-one with somebody, but also to a room of people, if you find a way that you can galvanize people for a common good and to do something and to follow you, it really creates a pathway where your profession can be anything you want it to be. And I think you've heard that maybe from these others up here, is that I never thought that from Enterprise Rent-A-Car, washing cars and delivering donuts to places on Highway 99 on Aurora Ave in Seattle was going to land me here. But I was a communicator, and I figured out how to navigate that of I want that job, I'm going to move to that job. And I was open. And I was curious, and I think that that is what I learned so much here at WSU and with the Murrow School, is be open, be curious, and have confidence in yourself that you can do the next thing. And whether that's being an urban planner, which I know for urban planners, they die to know that I consider myself an urban planner, but from there to banking, to nonprofit, to school levies, whatever it might be. So lastly, I would just say that the specialness about WSU and people like Bruce is that he too is so open and curious and wants to invite you in. And you just want to be a part of something that Bruce is a part of. And so I just want to acknowledge you for the hard work that you do to be intentional about relationships. And that matters at the end of the day, Bruce, for your students and for your faculty, as well as for the Washington State University. And what an honor to be in this particular group of people. And more importantly, too, for me, what an honor to have my fellow regents here. Being a regent's not for the faint of heart. And I just said this morning I was speaking at the Elson S. Floyd College of Medicine's 10-year anniversary. And I said, our terms are like dog years. They're 6 years, but they feel like they're 20. And I just recently was appointed for another 6 years and have the honor to serve with Lisa and Cassandra and Judy and Brett and Enrique. And that has been one of the rides of my life, one of the hardest things I've ever done, for sure, and continues to be a challenge, but yet the very best thing because of the people like them and the faculty and professors and leadership at Washington State University. So I'm deeply, deeply humbled, and it is a very full circle moment for me. And, for everything I've given to WSU, WSU has given me 100 times back. So thank you very much.
Scott Halleck is our fourth inductee, and he is the founder and president of Like Minded Media. Scott has a long history in television production, including co-creating and executive producing sci-fi series Scare Tactics and NBC's How We Do It with Howie Mandel. A Murrow College graduate with a degree in broadcasting, Scott has created and written numerous television shows. His contributions to the entertainment and media industry have earned him national recognition. Please join me in watching this video tribute to Scott.
My name's Scott Halleck. I'm originally from Tumwater, Washington. Went to Washington State University, graduated in 1991, and I now live in Southern California as an executive producer, writer, and creator of television shows. The number one experience I had at WSU that made me kind of what I am today is working on our television show Live at 8. We did a live half-hour sketch comedy show where the students did everything. I got involved as soon as I got to WSU as a freshman on Live at 8, and started out as a writer-performer, worked my way up to head writer and then producer. And in the time that I was there at WSU, I was involved in, I think, over 120 different episodes of Live at 8 from freshman year to senior year. I think I'm most proud of starting a production company over 20 years ago, selling a show that I co-created, and that show's still running today, and my production company is still going strong. And the really gratifying thing about that show is that there are people I had no idea were fans are huge fans. Like, I'm working with Jordan Peele right now, who's an Oscar winner. So to have Jordan Peele come up to me and say, I love your show and I need to thank you for the hours of entertainment it's provided me is unbelievable.
Scott has really done a great job and been a great ambassador for us in the Southern California market. A lot of graduates leave Washington State and want to pursue something down in the Hollywood, Southern California area. And Scott has really been a great source of either information and sometimes jobs as they break into that industry.
There is a passion and a work ethic from WSU grads that you just don't see from a lot of other places. And so I recognize that in other Cougs, and that's why I really do strive to hire WSU grads whenever I can.
It would be very difficult to name a Coug who's moved to Los Angeles within the past 20 years who did not work on a Scott Halleck show. I can say for me, 3 weeks into living in Los Angeles, the only thing keeping me going is, basically the little bit of student loans that I still had in my bank account. If Scott had not taken a chance on me, I don't think that I would have this life in Los Angeles and this career that I'm really proud of. And I think that you could say that about probably hundreds of other Cougs who have moved to Los Angeles. Scott, congrats on getting this award. I feel like of all the WSU folks down in Los Angeles, you deserve it. Also, thank you for letting me eat half of your lunch that one time in my job interview to be your assistant. Yeah, you're the best. You deserve this more than anybody I could think of, and congrats, man.
I don't do the kind of shows that get awards, so I've never won an Emmy, I've never won anything for my shows, and so to be recognized by the school I love, that was such a big part of my professional upbringing, was just, I was blown away. If you've got a dream, if you've got a passion, if you're good at what you do, you can do this. When I was at WSU in the early 90s, I was not aware it was an option to move to Hollywood and make TV shows. And then some friends of mine from WSU did it, and I thought, okay, maybe I can do this. And after moving to Southern California and having an opportunity to work on a bunch of shows, create a bunch of shows, work with the likes of Jordan Peele and Howie Mandel and Tracy Morgan and Betty White, why not you? If someone's got to do it, why not you?
Congratulations, Scott, and please join us on stage.
Later's at. Wow. Thank you all. This is really cool. I'm absolutely blown away. Thanks to Dean Bruce and the Murrow Professional Advisory Board, the HOA Committee, and the Murrow students and staff who made this all possible. And congrats to my fellow HOA nominees and inductees. It's an honor to be included in your company. It really is. Wow. Growing up, I did not think that things like this happened to farm boys from Washington State. When I was a senior at Tumwater High School, I don't know how, but I knew I had to go to WSU. In fact, it was the only school I applied to. Like Marty, I'd never even visited before. And I just showed up in the fall of 1987 and said, okay, now what? When I got here, Cable 8 was just starting up, and more importantly for me, Live at 8 was just starting up. And as many of you may know, Live at 8 was our live half-hour sketch comedy show that was completely student-run. We did everything. We hung the lights, we directed it, ran the audio, we acted in it. It was such great experience. And I jumped in my freshman year with both feet, first as a writer-performer, then as a head writer, eventually as a producer. And in our second year, Live at 8 ended up being syndicated to other colleges nationally on national college television. And when I produced the show in the fall of 1990, we celebrated our 100th episode, and we actually won a college Emmy Award. I moved to Los Angeles with some fellow Cougs after graduation in the spring of 1991, and that was a big leap. As luck would have it, one friend from Live at 8, who had moved down before us, Tina Keller, was doing so well at her job that they wanted to meet some of her other Cougar pals. So they ended up hiring Terrence Brown, Mike Southworth, and me to write and produce Fred Rogan's nationally syndicated Rogan's Heroes, which was a comedy clip show. Eventually, I got to co-create and produce my own show for the Sci-Fi Channel called Scare Tactics. Scare Tactics is a hidden camera show where friends set each other up for big, scary pranks. We used to say that boo is one of the oldest tricks in the book. Scare Tactics was basically boo with a budget. Actually, the first 3 seasons of Scare Tactics, as Joey was mentioning, it felt a lot like a student production because we hired a lot of Cougs, and that's a good thing. We did 6 seasons and 119 episodes of Scare Tactics. They were hosted by the likes of Shannon Doherty, Stephen Baldwin, Tracy Morgan. And last year, I brought Scare Tactics back for 10 new episodes with Academy Award winner Jordan Peele and Universal Television. I also had the opportunity to create and produce a prank show for NBC called How We Do It with one of my comedy idols, Howie Mandel. And I ran another NBC prank show with the legendary Betty White called Off Their Rockers. Which brings us to today. When my WSU pal, Scott Vick, reached out and said he wanted to submit me for the HOA, I was blown away, I was honored, and I also thought, there is no way they're going to induct a guy who pranks people for a living into the Murrow Hall of Achievement. There's no way. A couple weeks later, I got the acceptance letter from Dean Bruce saying, congratulations on your acceptance into the Murrow Hall of Achievement. The induction ceremony will be April 1st. Right. Well, this is a prank. It's a very, very good one. You've gone to a lot of trouble. I really hope no one says, just kidding. No? Since arriving at WSU in the fall of 1987, I feel like I've had the opportunity to live a dream. I met my wife, Nicole, here. I want to thank her and my daughters for their, Allie and Tessa, who are also here, for their unconditional love and support. I also want to thank the rest of my family for their love and encouragement over the years. My mom and sister, Lynn and Victoria, are here. My brother Brad and my dad Bill, who would have loved this. I also want to thank some of the Murrow family from my WSU days who really helped me more than they know. I want to thank Glenn Johnson, Neil Robeson, Guy Euchert, Richard Tafflinger, Brian Murray, Val Lindbergh, and Alex Tan. The philosopher Seneca said, luck is when preparation meets opportunity. The preparation available to us here at WSU is second to none. And Murrow grads tend to be some of the luckiest people in the world because we are the most prepared when we get our opportunities. So as it turns out, living your dreams in the entertainment world is something that can happen to farm boys and girls from Washington State. Thank you for the preparation here at WSU. Thank you for this incredible honor. This is still happening, right? Yeah? Okay. And finally, go Cougs.
Cougs hiring Cougs, that's a very good thing. So thank you for that too, Scott. For many of you, our next inductee needs no introduction. Roberta Kelly, Professor Emeritus, worked for nearly 5 decades at WSU, including 35 years in the Murrow College, where she taught reporting and science writing and coordinated and taught the college's media writing courses. With a background in animal science, biology, veterinary science, and communication, Roberta played a pivotal role in shaping the writing generations of Murrow students and writing instructors, and garnered recognition for her dedication to students as well as service to the academic community. Please join me in watching this video to honor Roberta Kelly.
A professor of practice in the journalism and mass media department in the Murrow College for 35 years. I got a degree in animal science. I worked in research and development for Avon Cosmetics for a year in bacteriology. I decided to go back to school and then eventually, came down here to Pullman because of the veterinary school. On my way home from work at the veterinary college one day, I decided to stop off in the comm school or department then and see how long it would take me to get a journalism degree. One summer school session and then 1 year, a fall and a spring, and I would have everything I needed to get the journalism degree. And I thought, well, that's not too bad. Well, in the meantime, I had finished the journalism program. One Friday afternoon, late, it was really late, I had dropped stuff off. I was walking out the door and I passed Chuck Cole's office. Chuck Cole was our journalism faculty. He was on the phone, he was really upset. So I was trying to tiptoe past his office and get out the door, and then I could hear he slammed down the phone and he came rushing out of that office. Basically what happened was they had hired somebody to come in and teach this beginning writing class. I think it was 225 back then, Com 225. And Friday night, before classes started Monday morning, this guy said he wasn't coming, and they had nobody, and the class was completely enrolled, so you're not canceling this class, you can't. And it's like, what do you do? What do you do? You have nobody, Well, here's nobody. I didn't know AP, I didn't know what that meant. App, what's an app? I don't know what app, what's a style rule? I said, my famous last words is, don't worry about it. I said, but this is what you have to do. As soon as I turn around and leave here, you get looking for somebody else, because this is it. This is a one shot. I'm done after this semester. I am done. You got that? You hear me? How dumb was I that he gave me the gift of a lifetime and I didn't know it, and I just kept pushing him off and tried so hard not to do it that turned out to be the best job on earth. It was fun. It was just a fun job because it was such a challenge and every day was so different. My accomplishments are my kids. I mean, honestly, I think them all as my kids. And I still, I still hear from kids. I get lots of wedding invitations, baby pictures and things like that. So it's like a huge extended family. I mean, it really is a cougar family to me. So probably always will be.
She always wants to see her students succeed, and although sometimes she may come off as a little bit stricter than other professors, that kind of made me be more cautious in my reporting and writing. Yeah, having her just kind of helped me become the journalist I am today.
I didn't know virtually anybody at WSU, and the few people I did know told me to drop Roberta's class and take something easier. And I really didn't know what I was doing, so of course I stuck with the class I had, and I am so grateful that I did. I have been a journalist for the Associated Press. I have been the owner of a 30-year PR company, and I just returned from being U.S. Ambassador to Barbados and the Eastern Caribbean. And I will tell you that the skills I learned in Roberta's class were absolutely applicable in each one of those careers. And it's proven to be invaluable in my career. Roberta, I love you, I honor you, and please know that my success is your success, because without you, I would not be here.
Maybe I was lucky. I think I just lucked into it. But certainly Chuck Cole opened the door for me. And if he hadn't forced me into it, I never in a million years would have pursued anything like that. And it was the greatest gift. A lot of kids might not think so, but it was for me.
Congratulations, Roberta. And on behalf of the thousands of students that you taught, thank you.
Well, like Scott, I have to say, I thought this was an April Fool's joke. Because when Bruce wrote, and I thought, oh, it's April 1st, he's pulling my chain, you know. It's like, you know, there are so many people who have done so many great things, and I think, well, you know, I worked for 35 years, and I took my paycheck, and that was good. That was fine. That's, you know, that's what it is. And so this was like completely unexpected, and I have to say, I still can't get my head around it. And so I wrote to Bruce and I said, right, this is April Fool's joke, right? And he said, no, really, it's for real. And I said, oh, okay, I guess, you know. But my careers have been kind of strangely organized. I did work in science for 15 years, and I'm afraid I'm a bit of a butterfly. You know, I do things for a while, and then something else comes along that looks a little bit more interesting, and it's like, oh, I quit. Let me go do this, you know. So the first job I had after graduation in science was with Avon, and 2 weeks in, I knew it was a terrible mistake. I wasn't much for industry, and I didn't fit, and I knew it, and I thought, that's all right, I'll make it a year to make enough money to go back to school, and I did. But what happened was, I had friends who were going cross-country camping, and I thought, oh my God, this is a great chance to do something fun. So I quit. You know, my mother, to the day she died, she would always say, why did you leave that job? That was such a good job. And my mom, to my mom, you know, like Mr. Smith, my parents were depression people. So, you know, having a steady income was terribly important. And education was a golden snitch. And having a job at Avon was certainly a chance to make a good income, which I did. And it was also a chance to meet a nice guy. You're going to meet a nice guy. So I grew up in the Bronx, so you know, so it was all about meeting a nice guy, which meant somebody who had good employment and a big paycheck. And you know, pretty soon I'd have a house in Long Island and lots of little kids, and she would be happy. So I think she was bitterly disappointed all of her life that I didn't keep that job. But my dad understood. He understood right away what it was like, because while I don't have any experience at all for the job I held for 35 years, I had come from a back shop family, And my dad drove a truck delivering ink rollers to printing presses in New York City and Jersey. And my uncle was a ink salesman, and I had two cousins who did laser work at the New York Times, and one was president of the Printers Union. So our dinner time conversation, especially when strikes were looming, was all about how are we going to get food on the table? How are we going to get food on the table? Because in my house, it was also my parents were cursed with a work ethic, which they handed down to me. And then they also were big on doing favors. And I think also, as Harry has said, that was part of depression think, that you did what you could to help other people get through that awful time. And so my dad, God bless his soul, always worked more than one job. He'd come home, have dinner, run across the street and pump gas all night, and until it was time to come back and shower and change and then get on the train and go to work, and I watched him do that day in and day out for so many years. And he had to support my grandma because my grandfather had Parkinson's, he couldn't work. And then my aunt was widowed early. Her husband died of leukemia. She had a baby at home. She couldn't work. So my dad's supporting 3 families. And so, the work ethic was there, but I'm thinking, boy, I know one thing I don't want to do. I don't want to live in the Bronx anymore. I'm out of here. and as soon as I can, I would like to go. And the other thing was I wanted some freedom, and I didn't have that. I had 12 years of Catholic school. And the way, so I had the grammar skills down, but I had no practical experience. And if you had asked me growing up what I wanted to be, I would have never, in 1,000 million, 100 billion years, said a teacher. And that was like, why? I was going to do that. That does not sound interesting at all. But when I had the chance, and it was by chance that I got the second career, as I had said in the tape, that Chuck Cole gave me my life. I mean, he actually literally gave me my life. Without Chuck Cole, I don't know what would have happened, except probably I wouldn't have been in the Bronx anyway. But other than that, he just did everything for me. And just that argument that day, not just Chuck, but whoever was on the phone and decided they didn't want the job and they weren't going to come, and they hung him out to dry because everybody had assignments. There was no one to teach the class. And I, being a smart mouth, I just said, that's too bad. That's really unfortunate. I'm sure that's problematic for you. But, on the upside, you got 2 days. This is Friday night. And you got to Monday. What's the worry? So don't worry. And I said, you'll find somebody. And he looked at me. He didn't need 2 days. He had like 2 seconds. And he said the 4 magic words. He said, you can do it. And I said, have you lost your mind? Of course I can't do it. I know nothing. I know nothing about except what I took in class. I took 3 semesters just to get the degree so that I could go on and have some credentials to do some science writing. That was the goal. It wasn't ever anything else. And and I really did say to him, you have got to find somebody, like right away, or I'm going to come back and kneecap you because I'm not. This is not part of the game plan. I gave up a well-paid job, and I took 3 semesters. I used up a bunch of money to start another career, and you just threw a big kink in it, And I'm doing this as a favor to you because you're my role model, and because I come from a long line of favor doers, and I couldn't say no. He was a journalism professor with a really thick skin. He was irreverent, spoke truth to power. Never backed down, and would routinely edit the dean's memos in red ink and send them back across the street with a grade at the bottom, usually failing. And when confronted, he would just say, hey, you know what? You got the job. You ought to be able to do it. That attitude, and he carried that attitude into class. And maybe it's because I came from a long line of Kellys and Callahans and grew up having a thick skin, because in our family, if you didn't have it, it didn't last long. And, so I appreciated that. And somebody once said to me, you're a blue-collar person working in a white-collar world. And I thought, that really sums it up. But the backstory to that is it often made you feel second class. And it was very hard not to feel second. And I could feel that from him. And I thought, it was the same for you. But the difference is at the end, it made him bitter. And I thought, I don't want to go there, But he, in the 4 words that he said to me, "You can do it," he really did change my life. And I just owe everything to him. And that first class, that news writing class, it came with a lot of anxiety for the students because they had to test into it. It was very competitive. We didn't have room for everybody. So the only way we could fairly assign the seats was to test kids. So we gave them a writing test, a little grammar quiz, and what else? Probably news judgment kind of thing. And they had to get a certain score to get a seat. We had maybe, 40 seats, something like that. So there's a lot of anxiety because if you didn't pass, you're either looking for another major or you're hanging around another semester to try to take the test again. I mean, you got to go home and explain that to your mom and dad. My mother would have taken my spend all this money here. What are you doing? She would have been very unsympathetic. So it's, I understood that it was hard. And the first lesson, when I got to the classroom that day, and Chuck kept saying, "No problem," because the next word out of his mouth was, "No problem, I'll help you." Yeah, right. Help was, "Here's all the books." Have a nice weekend. So, it's go home and you cram. And I never crammed so much for the first 2 hours of the class. I was terrified, absolutely terrified. I'm in my mid-30s. I'm supposed to know what I'm doing. And it's like I don't know. But I could see right away that the real problem wasn't so much the learning of the material. The kids were capable of learning the material. The problem was the anxiety level was like enormous. And until you get over that or get them over that, they're not going to learn anything. You can't get past that. It's very hard. And so I guess I tried to make it my goal not to get bitter. And even though I got frustrated, and as I tried to tell the kids, I'm not your mother. You don't have to like me, but you got to work for me. It's on the board. Follow the board. Just follow it. It's right there. It's all written there. Just follow it. You can read, right? You can read. So I would get kind of snarky, I admit it. But, it was with a goal because I thought, if I could get your attention for 1 millisecond, that's all I need. I can make a point. Make a point, and you're going to remember. So I did make them caretakers for my cat. So everybody knew I had a cat. They knew his name. They knew everybody else in my house was sound asleep, and I'd be up editing papers, grading papers, because it's so important to have all the edits on there. You can't just slap a grade on there and give it back and expect somebody to know what's wrong, So I do all these edits, and then I'd say at the bottom of the paper, if it wasn't so good, I'd say I kicked the cat, or my cat died last night. So for years afterwards, people would, if I ran into kids, they'd always say, "How's your cat? You still got the cat?" It's kind of funny. But it's like, so some classes respond to humor, I found, others not. But, in my heart, they were my family. Every kid was family. And that class was so much work. Later I got to teach upper division writing classes, reporting and science writing, and the science communication jobs kind of found their way to me, and so I did those too. But my heart always was with that beginning class, because that was the foundation class. That's the most important part of the work. If you get that first class in there solid, the kids can go on, they can do anything, The hardest thing is to write one clear, simple sentence at a time. It's so hard to teach that, to sell that. But, you know, to any students out there, you know, I would just really ask you to remember that nobody's in your corner more than your instructors. You're always pulling for you. We just don't want you to know it exactly, because we don't want you to take advantage, you know how it is. So it's just like, you know, we just want you to do your best. But at the end, we're not gonna lie and say you're doing okay if you're not, because that's not smart. That won't serve you in the long run. And we didn't want you to build on sand. We wanted you to build on something solid, because if you build on sand, you're gonna sink. The question is when. When are you gonna go down? So, you know, it was always, I hope you have all your rude surprises in my class so that you don't get a pink slip later on for doing the same kind of mistake. You know, I can fail you, no big deal. You know, lose the grade, don't lose the lesson. For God's sake, if you get fired, just don't tell them you were in my class. I would always say, tell them you took it with Bruce. So, thank you.
I had forgotten about that COM 225 test that you had to take, and oh my gosh, brought that back. Our final inductee, Bill Swartz, is a veteran radio reporter and anchor who has been a trusted voice in Seattle media landscape since the 1980s. Known for his work as a sports reporter and anchor, Bill's career includes notable contributions as a sideline reporter for Washington Husky football and as a host for Como's Thursday Night Doghouse. His passion for storytelling and sports journalism has earned him multiple accolades, including 2 Edward R. Murrow Regional Awards from the Radio Television Digital News Association. Please join me in watching this video honoring Bill Swartz.
I'm Bill Swartz. I'm the sports director at KNWN Radio in Seattle, Northwest News Radio, also the host of Puget Sound Now. At first, a little disbelief, then I was thrilled, then I was very excited to share the news with my family and colleagues who've known me for a long time, and then I got real reflective.
Great opportunities are right there in front of your team.
It is amazing that it's gone by, like this, and here we are in week 17.
Keith Jackson, it's a pleasure to talk with you, sir, for a few minutes on 97.3 Cairo FM. Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, Cougar Nation is here, and we're happy to have the Hall of Fame broadcaster, Bob Robertson, with us live this morning on News Radio 710 Cairo. Bob, thank you very much.
Bill, thank you. I was wondering if I...
Look at the list of people who are in this elite group of Washington State University alums and went through the Murrow School of Communications. I'm part of that.
Bill can do anything and be really good at it, whether it's being a reporter, an MC, a comedian. His sense of humor is world class.
His creativity, his sense of humor, his legendary Bob Robertson led Bob Robertson to tell him at one point that if anything happens to me, you're on the air.
I always thought Bill did a better Bob Robertson than Bob did.
Takes great pride in being a professional radio man. There's a lot to be said for showing up every day for 40 plus years.
Just so versatile. Bill could do anything and do it well.
I think the fact that I've had the opportunity to go be part of some just historic events and cover them in person and get access to events and newsmakers and people that the general public would not. But then be able to convey that through my voice and my storytelling, I think those are the most valuable contributions I've made during my career, and it really makes me feel rewarded at the end of the day. I just spoke to a group of high school journalism students recently, and they asked me what kind of guides me every day when I think about doing stories and storytelling. I have a lot of C words that I use, honest to Pete, and one of them that starts my day is curiosity. Why should I be so caring about a topic or a guest that my listener would want to know more about that person or topic too? So curiosity drives everything.
Bill, you've earned this. A long career, quality work all along the way, quality man, quality person, quality teammate. You've done Washington State proud, and you've done the radio industry proud. All of us that have had the chance to work with you over the years look back on those days with great joy and appreciation and respect for you, the radio man, and you as Bill Schwartz. Congratulations on this recognition.
Hey, Bill, I want to extend my sincerest congratulations on your induction into the Murrow School Hall of Achievement. I've known and worked with a number of your now fellow Hall members, and it's great to see you join in their company. You have to understand, it's still a little tough for me to say, go Cougs, but in this case, in your case, we're going to make an exception. Congratulations, my friend. Well done, Bill.
Let's see. It was the first day for a new school president. You had a coveted, decorated, beloved news anchor speak to you. You had Eric Johnson of the Heroes, the ultimate storyteller. And now all these heavy hitters, and then I bat ninth. That's an April Fool's joke. So, Bruce, I get it. You started with A, S, Schwartz. I'm the last to go. But you've raised the bar, and it is truly an honor to be included in this remarkable group of achievers. It is April Fool's Day, and I think it's fitting in my career because it kind of started with a prankster in high school writing morning announcements, imitating teachers and making my classmates laugh. And that got me a little notoriety. And then later, as you saw in the tape, I was on a Husky tailgate show and impersonating Cougar legends, and it gave me some popularity. I mean, what joy to get to know Keith Jackson, and then, talk about a big old sophomore who could pick him up and put him down and flat out fly. And then my first Apple Cup ever working the sideline, it is just the legendary Bob Robertson and myself going up the elevator at Husky Stadium. And Bob knew that I was doing impersonations of him. He didn't let on. I said, I'm Bill Schwartz. I'm a huge fan. I used to just sit on the Barco Lounger, listen to your broadcast. You're an artist. I just worship you as a Coug. Oh, you're that guy who's been imitating me. And I go, oh, here it comes. Hey, listen, Schwartz, if I go down in the fourth quarter, you come up, start talking, nobody will know the difference. Always be a good sport, always. And he was to me. What a great treasure he was. And it was a joy for me to be back in Pullman, God's country. And today, I actually went over to Murrow Hall and hobnobbed around KWSU, KUGR. I earned my chops as the Latah County reporter, Moscow School Board, and a political science minor. And what did I do my first year in the world? I was covering a school board in Sunnyside, Washington. And it prepared me so much for those big opportunities that would be out there. And no fooling, it is a joy to be back in this God's country, this special part of the world, and be so honored with this group of people who are, risen to the top of their profession and given back so much to their communities and honored WSU and the name Edward R. Murrow. Every time I receive one of those trophies, man, really? Murrow? I got a Murrow? And now this is like enormous times a bazillion. So it is really, really cool. The thanks in my career start with my parents, who instilled with me their Pennsylvania Dutch work ethic. The job wasn't over until you did it right. And Don and Emily also had a love for writing, arts, and entertainment. My dad sings in a country western duo. He's 93 years old. Now you know where I get it, okay? And they didn't judge me when I switched from one art form, classical music, over to another, reporting and storytelling. And they supported me every lick of the way. And then my family and friends who got it, that if you're in radio, it's late nights, long flights, early morning hours. You miss a lot of gatherings. You miss a lot of birthday parties and that sort of thing. And so I thank them for all their support and understanding about the sacrifice. My biggest thanks is to my co-creator, my editor, my fashion designer at times, my travel agent, and the love of my life, my wife, Connie. And Sue. When she raised her hand about this Husky stuff, you know that I'm the one who's really glad we're still playing the Apple Cup, especially after last year. And somebody tried to run a short side option play for a winning touchdown. Who does that? The game's here this year, right? You're going to get your first Apple Cup. Welcome, President. I know you are. So I go back to my WSU days, and you've been all talking about influential professors, you know, like we just heard from. And by the way, let me just say congratulations to all of you. I'm just an elite company here with Bruce and Paul and Marty and Scott and Rebecca. And we just heard from Rebecca about what it is to, you know, give that time, that investment in kids. And I had two people in my world at WSU when I morphed in here from the music world, and those were Jim Dunn, who was a hard guy. You know, we had 25 typewriters and 30 bodies. These were manual typewriters. You had a 60-second test, go. And if you didn't pass that test, see you next semester. You know, and that's how you weeded out kids who were real serious about broadcasting and communication. The other professor who taught me how to write sentences for the ear and to be fair and tough with my questions and to complete the story and do it right was Val Lindbergh. We heard about him before. A gentle soul who lined me up with my first internship in the real world, and then I was off and running. And I had so many colleagues and mentors that I got to thank, too many to name, you know, but my first opportunity was in Sunnyside, Washington, and Don Bennett was one of the pioneers in radio broadcasting in the state, and he gave me my first crack at it, and he would come in the morning and say, good volume. He'd light up his pipe. What do you mean, good volume? Was I loud? No, he had lots of stories, and they're all good. Good volume. And then I went to Sunnyside, and you saw her picture. From there, I went to Kirkland, and I didn't think I was ready for the big market. But this woman named Patty Payne would not accept no for an answer. I need you. I must have you work. And she cajoled me. And she finally got me to go over there, and she and Andy Thompson opened the doors. They gave me the keys to create, and they showed me this gear and said, hey, guess what? Saturday, you're doing Little League baseball games on the radio. I said, excuse me? In Kirkland, Washington? It was the biggest break I'd ever received in my life. They won the World Series in 1982 with Cody Webster and Taiwan, and I was the guy along for the ride. I mean, how blessed was I? But my training here at WSU prepared me for that moment, for that opportunity. And then I got hired over at KOMO. Gary Stewart opened the door for me there. It was the finest group of news people I've ever worked with in my life. Mike Conklin was part of that team. I got to work with Eric Johnson and Keith Shipman. These people are all legends. And why? Because they got their training at Washington State University. That's why they're Cougs. Now, another Coug welcomed me into the Cairo family, Dave Pridemore. He still drives his RV over here. He told me about his story proposing to his wife next to the grain silos at Washtukna. If that's not a Coug, what is a Coug? Huh? So that's what you're ingrained here. That's why you come back here every year, and you're part of this special world over here in the Palouse. What I learned through Washington State University, it prepared me for these tremendous opportunities, and no moment was too big for me. When I got to meet and interview some of these legends like Arthur Ashe and the First Lady Barbara Bush, and, you know, people always say, what was your best interview? What was your most favorite? They all were. You know, you know you're making a difference in somebody's life by asking the right question, telling the right story. And we've heard about it so much today through all of the symposium, through Harry's great speech, that now more than ever we need journalists to tell those stories, really well-trained journalists who aren't afraid to speak truth to power and stand up and do the right thing. Yeah, you know, I thank my Murrow colleagues and a lot of my friends for nominating me, and especially the HOA board for recognizing, considering me worthy. I mean, Dean said it beautifully. It's less than 1% of. See, I didn't go to mass school here. I went to communication school. Okay, it's an elite. It's finite, and to be considered worthy and be that group of esteemed people. It is really, really cool. These are folks I've admired my entire career, and now to be in that club, man, that's ultra cool. Yeah, I was associated with that former Pac-12 school and their sports teams for a long, long time. And, you know, I'm always proud to be a Washington State University graduate. That's the first thing. I didn't wear a lot of crimson and gray when I was over there in Seattle, but now I got no dog in the hunt. So I proudly say, go Cougs!
All right. We on here? Okay. Mary Grace, our work here is done. Sorry? Louder. Am I on? Are we on here? There we go. Okay. Mary Grace, our work here is done. Okay, so everybody who's been here for a long time, let's have a round of applause for our HOA inductees, please. Okay, very briefly, we have dessert in the back of the room. There's coffee and some things over there. We have some posters up about the research we do, some of the courses we teach. There's a virtual reality set over there. If you're interested in something like that, please stay and check it out. I can't remember the official name because we called it something that was too complicated, Stacy, so next time let's simplify it for me, okay? All right. Beyond that, tomorrow morning here at 9 o'clock, Andrea Joyce is going to be delivering the best free lecture we've ever had, okay? I'm not kidding. This is a Hall of Fame sportscaster. We have a unique opportunity to hear her speak. I'm really excited about it. I want to make sure we pack this room out to hear what she has to say. Other than that, have a good evening and go Cougs. All right.